Hey there, YouTube. Welcome to this free course all about designing a website from start to finish inside of Figma. This course has been compiled from a series of live streams that happened over a span of a couple of months. I've cut out all the excess stuff, all the stuff you don't need, and just included all of the design time. So this is one complete course where you're going to get the design process from start to finish. That means we're going to do everything from defining requirements, research, competitive set analysis, wireframe, mood board, high fidelity design, and even a little bit of prototyping at the end. By the end of this course, you should have a really good understanding of web design principles, the basic process, and how to use a tool like Figma to bring the entire project to completion. Hope you enjoy it. I'll see you on the other side. I'm going to click into this Miro board, and I'm just going to actually pop open a design brief, one of the templates that they have, okay? And I'm going to use this template. It's going to populate. If you've never used Miro, it's a great place to plan, to kind of like throw ideas out. You can do mind mapping and mood boarding and all sorts of fun stuff inside of here. And it kind of just works like your own digital desktop, right? You could do whatever you want, right? So I have a bunch of stuff in here. Like for instance, maybe this is like some UI client stuff in here, or weekly design exercises that I might be releasing to y'all pretty soon. And we just set up like a new board, which we're going to call a project for this. And then we'll be able to kind of put all of our things in here. So each one of these is actually kind of its own little column. And then inside of it, we will have some information. So let's just dig into some of these things, shall we? And talk about who the client is, okay? Haiti says this reminds me of a Fig Jam. We might even be doing some Fig Jamming because we're probably going to we're using Figma for this whole deal. So we'll definitely be doing some Fig Jam stuff as well. So, okay, background. Miro or Milanote. This is Milanote. Miro, also a rad tool, just not the tool we're using. That's great though. If you have questions, throw them out there. I love answering questions as I work. The background. Who is the client? The client is a new freelancing. Again, it's going to be a lot of me typing and misspelling. That's what this whole deal is about. Okay, this is the research section. Okay, a new freelancing site where freelancers of all kinds, can find clients and vice versa. My goodness, the amount of typos in this are vice versa. No, we're gonna go vice versa. That's what we want there. Goodness. Some people are, look at your little indicators there. Look at you guys joining me. I love it. I'm so excited. Just don't touch anything and mess anything up. I think it's read only for you guys, so you shouldn't be able to mess anything up. But look, hey, if you are joining us in the live stream, just put your little thing in the chat there, right? Yeah. Just let me know that you're here. All right, so anyways, that's the background. That's who the client is. A new freelancing site. They're a company, their business. They want us to recreate or create something out of thin air, freelancing site. And we're probably going to do a home page and then probably do like a job search page. Okay, that's probably what we're going to be doing here. Who's working on the project? What are the responsibilities? I'm just going to skip this card. I don't think this card is really pertinent for us right now. So why don't I just get in here, delete that. And you should be able to hover over the right hand side and not drag, but delete. There it is. Due date. We don't care about due date, but let's do something like this. We're going to start doing, let's do a little competitive set. Okay. If you don't know what a competitive set is you looking out at other competitors, figuring out who they are, who the user is, like who the competitors are, like what's going on in the space. Okay. So we'll go back here. And let's do this. We will do a competitive set. Okay, again, can't spell competitive because this is my life. And let's just zoom in a little bit so we can see these things a little bit better. And let's move my face over to the other side if we could just move a few things. This is way better. Now we're talking. All right, so we got the competitive set here. Let's see. Who would be like some competitors? Probably like Freelancer, Guru, Fiverr. Is that how you spell Fiverr? I don't know. Something like that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So lots of good questions happening. Lots of people jumping into the Discord. Lots of people joining me in the Miro board. Pretty fun. And I'm drinking coffee this morning to stay awake. Yeah, some Freelancer, Guru, Fiverr. There's probably some other ones out there. We need to probably go do a little bit of research. Okay. So let's zoom out a little bit. The brand, we could probably get rid of this. Drop the client branding in here. We don't have that yet, but we will. We will create that in between sessions so we have something to work with, okay? But the brand values, what are the brand values and the mission? Connecting freelancers with high quality work. You know, it's probably another good competitive set. Dribbble. Dribble's job board, also like Behance's job board. I'm just kind of thinking on the fly, like these are places freelancers are probably going, right, to connect and find clients and find projects. So TopTal, somebody said TopTal, good call, thank you. Appreciate that in the chat from Haiti Haven. Also a good one, okay? Yeah, hello Jesse and the chat. Jennifer Rogers says, what's up to you? We're using Mila Note today, Ian. Thanks for asking. Here we go. So connecting brand values, connecting the freelancers with high quality work, connecting clients with high quality freelancers of all sorts, right? This is kind of what we're doing. Target audience, let's get rid of this for now. We don't need that. How about creative direction? Inputs required, measuring success. Let's skip a little bit of this for now. Let's go to the references board here. I'm going to open up and go to a couple of these sites, shall we? So how about we go to what's one we mentioned? Dribbble, Behance. Whoa, what do we say? Like, how do you Fiverr? Fiverr's a thing, right? Okay, so let's go to Fiverr. Bink, like that. Dribbble. Let's go find work here. See what we get. Let's go over here to jobs and see what we get there. Fiverr. Okay, bueno. And what's the other one? We had like freelancer. Freelancer.com, right? That was one. Somebody's probably going to mention, you use DuckDuckGo? Yeah, it's because I care about my privacy online. Okay, freelancer. There's one. What was another one? Somebody said TopTal, right? TopTal. Top talent. That's what we're looking for. Hire freelancers, okay? So, again, our fictitious client is looking for... Oh, somebody said Upwork. Obviously. Upwork. Got to do Upwork, right? Yeah, okay. Let's do Upwork. Clicking all these ads, but we don't need the ads. We just need the main pages for all of these. Yes, good. Fiverr, get me back to the main page, Fiverr. Wonderful, beautiful. All right, so now the idea is to kind of like peruse these sites. And somebody said they're from Portugal, Marta said, and the videos are really helpful for beginners. I'm so glad. That's awesome. It's amazing. And Alvaro and Jeff are just throwing up the Brazil flag, which is amazing. Okay, so, you know, what I like to do here is once I get to this place, I start dropping in examples of like these sites, right? It's important to me to do that. So I'm going to grab Fiverr here. I have a little, or I had for a while, a little plugin that would take full page screenshots, but I don't have that right now. So let's do that. I just literally, my entire MacBook Pro like was just pooping out on me the other day. So I had to go in and just do like a complete wipe and reboot. So I don't have a lot of the things I used to have. A full page website. Had this Chrome extension called Full Page Screenshot. Where is it? It's going to capture an editor. What is it called? Heaven's sakes. It's called Screenshot Full Page. Okay, let's do that. Screenshot Full Page. Where are you? Screen capture, screenshot, whatever. Any of these work. I don't care. Here we go. Yeah, I'm just looking for anything. Yeah, let's try it. Add to Chrome. I just need something that I can take full page screenshots with. That's all I'm really looking for here, friend. Thank you. Great. The extension world is a weird world. Does anybody feel me on that one? It's a little bit of a weird world, right? Yeah. Yep. Where did it go? Here it is. It's on extension. Okay. Where are you? Screenshots. We got to pin it so we can use it. Okay. Boy, this is hard stuff. Okay. So let's go see if this thing will actually work for us. Should be able to click it and just get a screenshot, but you're not letting me. Whole page. That's what we want. Warning, something's wrong. Cannot take a screenshot of this page. Please reload the page. Okay, fine. We'll reload the page for you if it'll make you work. There we go. Whole page. Control Shift Y, it says. Oh, look, it's just going to scroll it for us, take a picture. That's what we're looking for. You know why? Because we're looking for, I like to grab all of these elements, and then I like to start to kind of analyze, hey, what do all of these sites kind of tend to have, okay? So good. What do we want to do? We want to download this thing. Is this the download? Yep. Give it to me. Save it as a PNG. Love it. So this extension's a little slow. Let's just put this on the desktop. Okay, let's just put it on the desktop. Boom, PNG image. Good heavens, that was slow. Okay, so that's one. Okay, let's try to refresh TopTal here and do the same thing. If you're like, man, oh man, this is a boring stream, Jesse, this is research, y'all. This is, I'm just trying to be really honest with what you do, right? What do you do when you're like trying to build a project? You gotta do the research. You gotta put in the time. So this is part of that process. Now, let me know in the chat, are you noticing any visual similarities between any of these sites so far? Because I already am. I'm already noticing them. But for some reason that didn't want to work, so let's try it one more time. I don't know. Maybe this screenshot, maybe this plugin thing is not going to work for us. Got it? Yeah. Cookie policy. What? You don't want to work for us? Okay, fine. We'll move on. Let's try. Good night. This is just, we're having a hard day, I think, huh? Getting extensions to work. Let's try this extension one more time before we replace it. We throw it away because we're over it. Oh, that time it worked. Okay, downloading it. Somebody said 12 column grid. You're definitely gonna see grids, good alignment, but any other visual styles that you see. I see, maybe not on this one, on Freelancer, but on a lot of them I'm seeing people, right? It's very like people focused at the top. Look at that. Right, here's some people, nice illustrations there or whatever. Maybe not on Behance, but check out Fiverr. Here's another one, people, right? So let's reload Fiverr really quickly and screenshot this guy. Let's start here, actually. Let's start from the home page, and we'll come back to the Behance and the Dribble kind of thing, because I think we're seeing enough similarity, and we're starting to address content issues as well, or content needs, right? So if you were... full page. I use go full page all the time. Ooh, that's a good, okay, good recommendation. Appreciate that. This one seems to be working for me now, so that works. I love it. Somebody said hello from Transnistria between Moldova and Ukraine. I don't even know where that is. That's amazing. Thanks for joining us on the stream. Noticing lots of green. That's a great observation, right? Lots of green. Watch, like Fiverr, green. TopTal, green. Freelancer, pink and orange. Weird. Where's the consistency? Blue. Okay, is it pink? What is it? Freelancer, what are you doing to me? But Fiverr, green, right? Ooh, and good. That's a good observation. I like it. All right, so what we're gonna do now is just grab some of these references. Let's just grab them, drag them directly into our Milanote document that we got here. And what I love about it is that it just pops them right in, puts them in a grid, right? I can grab them, kind of move around and stuff. Somebody's replying to me and leaving me things here, leaving me comments and such. I see your comment. I see your comment. Yes, I see your comment. Okay. Thanks. I might have to go private on this thing. 25 people have viewed this link. Oh man. I don't want, ooh, somebody's editing. I don't know how. Try not to edit this, okay? Because I don't want you guys messing with my doc. Okay, I'm going to bring these over here. Boop, 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 doo, and we're just going to put those under there, okay? So now we can kind of zoom in and see those. I'm also, just because, I already have a Figma file. I'm going to drop these in already to my Figma file. It's resizing the images. Boom. I'm just going to put them there. I'm going to start just kind of looking at them real quick. Like, let's look at them all kind of side by side inside of Figma. But first, which one did we miss here? We missed TopTal. This just wasn't working for some reason. I really want TopTal in there because that has that consistent green, that consistent people thing. And again, we're doing a competitive set. We would use this competitive set to address content needs and kind of visual styles that might be like fit, ways to stand out versus blend in, all of those things. Okay, so that's not working, so I'm just going to take one screenshot like this. Good. Okay, good. And just pop that in too. No Dropbox. We don't want you to do that. See, this is what happens when you are fixing up your computer. Things are all wonky here. So let's drag in top towel as well. Good. Let's come back over here to Mila Note and bring this in as well, okay? Just so, wow, okay, if we press space on something, man, it lightbox pops that thing out just like that, which is actually kind of cool. I didn't know that. So we can click on like a document and like look at the whole thing, and then just, oh, I can like left and right click on them. Oh, this is the colors and everything. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, I'm not the biggest Mila Note user. I'm not an expert by any means, but I just figured it'd be a good thing for this project. I'm not saying it's gonna be this shade of green, but it might be something close. So here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna draw a little rectangle out, use my little eyedropper tool, grab that, and I'm gonna come down to my colors, okay? And why don't we just do something like this? I'm going to pop that color in there like that. And I don't know how Miro works. How do we get colors? Boom, we just popped a hex in there and we got a color? Oh, I like that, Mila Note. I said Miro. Sorry, Mila Note. Good job, Mila Note. Can I tell you, I kind of really like Mila Note. I just don't really like the, I don't like the name. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. All right, I'm just gonna grab a blue, because again, consider this like I'm mood boarding, right? I'm just coming up with stuff here. A little bit. Let's do another one. Let's go back to that FFF, that's pure white. Whoop, and enter. And we'll just kind of stack these like this. Okay, so we got some colors kind of going a little bit. Where do we put our, let's do this over here, not references. Let's put content needs. Okay, and I need you guys to help me find the content needs of this project, okay? So I'm gonna drag in a to-do, and we're gonna start looking at some content needs. What are some things, some constant things that we see with these projects? There's some great questions going in the chat, but I'm gonna get a little bit of work done, and then we're gonna come back. One thing that we see content-wise is, let's talk about messaging, okay? Find the perfect freelancer service for your business. Hire the best freelancers for any job online. Join the world's work marketplace. Find great talent. So the messaging, right? We need headlines that reference trusted freelancers. That's one thing we see that we need, right? What else do we need? I see a lot of social proof. Okay, so look, this says that it's trusted by who? Boop, 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 boop. Trusted by Google, Facebook, Netflix, used by Amazon, Facebook. Okay, so they're doing some social proof. How about this one? Trusted by Microsoft, Airbnb, GoDaddy. Okay, so we're definitely gonna need some, okay, social proof, okay? Okay, I'm loving you guys threading, but we need to move out of the way, okay? Yeah, sure. Let's talk about homepage. This is just homepage content needs, okay? I love you guys. I might have to turn off the commenting. It's distracting me. It's distracting me a little bit, okay? So I might unpublish this, maybe, just for a little, I don't know. What do I do here? You guys are all in there, and I want you to participate. I just don't want you to, like, leave all these comments in my face, okay? All right, that's all right. Let's go again. Oh my gosh. How do you zoom in inside of Mila Note? Can you just, how do you zoom in? Somebody help me, help me. All right, that's fine. We'll just do this. All right, so the homepage needs headlines that reference trusted freelancers. It's gonna need some social proof, right? We're gonna need probably some image. That's okay, yes, sir, JK. Please don't feel bad. You're great. You're awesome. I love you being in there. It's a personal me thing, trying to figure things out, right? It's not you. It's not you. It's me. All right, so we also, categories seems like a big one, right? We need to establish categories. Look, popular web design, WordPress, logo design, drop shipping. Look, here's some categories here on this one. What about this one, right? Do we see any? Here's some categories, right? Logo design. What else? Do we see categories? Okay, so look, we need categories of work. Okay, so this is a part of what I would do for my competitive set, is go through, and while I'm doing that, especially if you're freelancing, right? you're coming up with a set of content needs, because a lot of times, and somebody just say an amen out there, so a lot of times clients don't know what they need. They're going, I need a new website. And you're like, oh, do you have a content specialist? No. Great. Look at you. Now you're the content specialist. Okay. Or at least you should be the person kind of quarterbacking and planning the content needs, helping them with that. If they don't understand, you can bill for this. You can charge for this, right? This is content strategy. You can do that. And then if you have a subcontractor that can do all the writing for you, now you're quarterbacking that and you're subcontracting out to vendors, right? Just to say, okay. Categories of work. We also saw categories of work. Look at that. We saw like process. Look at this. I'm not looking at the screen, but look, there's process. Do we have process here? There's no process here. There's some guides and things. Okay. But there was here on this one, like need something done. Here's kind of the process that it'll happen. And then this kind of shows process as well. Post a job, browse and buy projects. Let us help you find the right talent kind of process, right? Yeah. So let's just put process. And maybe we'll come back and refine what process means, okay? Oh, somebody said testimonials. Absolutely. I don't even have to look at it. You are so right, Matan. Testimonials is crucial to a site like this, guaranteed. What they're saying, right? There's the testimonials. I also see there seems to be like some called out sections that would kind of like market to specific niche audiences, right? Like, so let's zoom in here and just look at this. Business solution designed for teams. Okay, so they have some sort of push they're making. We might ignore that, because if this is a brand new business, they might not have what those custom niches are in their target demographic or in their vertical. They might just be a very generic freelancing job site right now, and then maybe in the future they will kind of hone in a little bit, okay? Top skills, lists of skills. Okay, I mean, last thing we said was probably images of people. And right, like we're gonna need that kind of content, okay? Content needs. Is there any other content needs that we're missing? Shout them out. Shout them out inside of the chat if you feel like. I mean, obviously, like, here's one thing we're seeing we're seeing a separation, right? Because it's a platform for clients to find freelancers and freelancers to find clients. We have to have probably spaces for both of them. So we have to have a distinction between client and freelancer. Okay. And I was kind of thinking in testimonials, sometimes I see, maybe I'm not seeing them in these examples. Sometimes I see not only testimonials, but success stories, right? Like, you know, Johnny is a freelancer who's making 6 figures, you know, using Upwork or whatever. So something like that. That could be maybe helpful. Okay, so those are some content needs. I am right now going to actually, so we've done like, this is funny because I'm gonna get rid of the goals for now, and I'll get rid of the creative direction for now. I'm just gonna move content needs over. We kind of have like a little bit of a mood board building here, and for some reason, whoa, my images decided they did not want to be a part of this Milanote board. So we're just trying to bring them back now. What was this one? This one was, I think, freelancer. All right, so let's bring these back. So we got kind of like a little bit of a mood board that's building. Cool. Now what we want to do is probably, let's go gather maybe some assets. Or you know what? Let's look for some inspiration. How about we do that? I'm going to go over to Dribble actually and open up a new Dribble tab. Let's see. I'm just going to go to popular. I'm going to do something like, I don't know, job board, job site. Let's do a little search for job site in Dribble. Let's see what we come up with here. Okay. Interesting stuff. All right. We're just going to start pulling some inspiration. Blue. Do we see it? We see it. Social proof. Do we see it? We see it. Categories. Yeah. Check. We see it. People. We see it. Awful image in my opinion. Beautiful design altogether. Awful image in my opinion. Really just kind of like stark. But you know, nice color palette. White, clean, light, easy to read. Okay. Nice. I see it. I'm just looking for some inspiration. Like it. And I kind of, one thing I'm pulling out of this one that I actually kind of dig is the search bar which if it would hurry up and load for me, I'd be able to show you. Because look, we have kind of like all the other stuff we've been talking about, greens, blues, topics, categories, but I like the little search bar. So look at this. All I'm gonna do is, no, stop. I don't want to put you in there. I'm just gonna snap shots of things that I like, little screenshots of things that I find interesting, okay? And while I'm here, I'm giving some love. I'm giving some love to people. I kind of have an idea of what I like already, just from seeing a few things. So I'm digging the blue. Here's what I also really like. I love the cards for the categories, super fun. And I love kind of this card look here. This is great. This is a lot of fun. I kind of want to do something, a popular style, and maybe, you know, you got to be careful right now. You're kind of doing a little bit of competitive research or competitive analysis stuff here. But a style that is really popular right now that I kind of want to, I think it could work good for this. It brings a little bit of like genuineness and authenticity, is when you see lots of like hand-drawn kind of like swirlies on things. It makes it feel a little bit more organic and real, not so clinical and cold. So I think I might want to suggest to our client that we go a little bit in that visual direction, just adding a few elements like that to differentiate, that we stay on board for the most part. Similar to a lot of other sites, we create our own style, but we add some little flair to it that's all of our own. This is interesting. The use of shapes is kind of interesting, but again, we're still using green, so that's kind of cool. What else do we have? See, this is, to me, this is the epitome of a dribble shot to me, right? It's outlandish and it's it's visually cool and beautiful and interesting, but I couldn't imagine this being a real site. Yeah, I can't imagine this being a real site. I can imagine this being spec work or concept work. Can't imagine that being a real site. Whereas this, color-wise, approach-wise, is just pushing the boundaries of being kind of fun. I actually really like this. I like the cutout. It's not just like a bust of a person, but it's like an entire person. That person kind of, I don't know, the whole scene just looks really interesting. Can I just point out another visual thing that I'm seeing consistently over and over? Actually, I'm gonna go back to Milanote really quick. I'm gonna create a duplicate of this. And then we are in a minute going to do some more. Oh, mama, I don't like that at all. Ooh, how do we get rid of multiple to-dos without... Ooh, why save failure, Milanote? Why are you doing that to me? One of the things, visual needs, right? Yeah, let's just call it visual needs. I don't know what else we might call it. I'm basically trying to say like consistent visual observations. Maybe it was just visual needs. You know, in a lot of these, we're showing some sort of little card that represents the job. So we need job representation in a visual way, okay? Visual job representation. And I'm gonna just put below it like job cards. What else? Because I saw it in a few different places. Yeah, like analytics cards, like something like that. Analytics cards. That is, again, not how I spell analytics. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Why don't I go grab some of these other screenshots that I found? Because we don't want that one. We just like these little tidbits. Let's bring these tidbits in. Drag and drop into Milanote. Hope for the best. Hope that it doesn't lock up on me and freeze. Okay. And if this is getting real messy, right, what we could do is, if we want, we could create probably another board in here. Yep, we do that. We'll call this our mood board, or we call this our visual inspirations, something like that. And then we can grab all these items and tuck them away inside of our visual inspirations, okay? And can we, visual needs, can we put this in here? Yeah, we can. Get it done, Milanote. The homepage, headline that references trusted freelancers, social proof, categories of work, processes, all these things we said were important for us to have. So let's start kind of mapping those things out. I definitely see a lot of those things here. So we're just going to start mapping. We're just going to start doing this thing. I'm going to hit my little marker tool here, and I'm just going to draw. I'm holding down shift so I can draw super straight lines. Okay. And I'm going to draw a straight line there, and I'm going to draw a straight line there. Okay. Okay, cool. Now what's cool is like, once I draw those straight lines, I can grab them if I want to. Woo, at least I thought I could. And I can stretch them. Woo, man, things are not going well for me. There we go. We can stretch them down. If we need the page to be longer, we can stretch them down like that. Okay. I'm just going to group this thing together. Command G. Now it's grouped. Now we got a little bit of a website we're building. Okay. So let's start building and again, you can go really messy at first. Like I'm being really structured over here. I could be just really messy and just start like designing things. You can be like, I'm going to build a header here, but I'm going to be a little bit more structured if you don't mind. Okay. So with that being said, here's what I'm kind of envisioning. I am envisioning a big header. I'm gonna go a little bit bigger than them though. I think I want maybe like a big hero kind of area like this, right? I'm definitely gonna have like some talent, some model, some art direction in there. And I think they don't have it, but some of the other examples do. I really do like this. I like all the elements inside of it, but I think we're gonna do a big headline here. But first let's talk about logo. So I'm gonna do zoom in, just a little bit into our dot grid here. I'm just gonna do a little logo here. And again, now we start getting pretty messy. Okay, boom, logo here. I do these little kind of open boxes kind of things for logo. That's just me. Okay, and then you're gonna probably have some links, and you're gonna have main call to action, probably secondary. So I would imagine that this thing here would be, bink, that's one. I'm gonna get a little text out here. I'm gonna zoom in, okay? And I'm gonna write something here. Probably sign up, right? That is our main call to action. Do you agree? Do you disagree? I think the main call to action is probably sign up. Okay. And then over here, probably this is going to be sign in. Okay. And I don't know how to do this. So I'm just going to do this in a real messy way. You know, maybe we could have pulled a shape out here. Shape, boom, pull a shape out. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Can we work with shapes like this? We sure can. Look at you. Okay, so I don't know. We're just going to put blue here like this. And then we'll put sign up. Oh, can we shrink this fella down? I don't know. I don't know if we can. See, that's the one thing that I don't like about it, is it doesn't quite do what I want it to do. So maybe we could just shrink it down like this. Bink, bink. I like that. Okay. Yep. Bink. Move this down. Bink, bink. Haha. Move that around. Okay. I'm making weird sounds here right now. And I wish that I could bring things. Aha. Bring forward. Can I bring all the way to the front? Bring to the front. Aha. We've made a main call to action and a secondary call to action. Okay. So something like that. And then I'll go back to my marker and I'm going to draw navigation here with like a few other links. Now this is super imperfect. These buttons are ginormous, okay? And we don't necessarily want them to be that big. We're just laying out general kind of styles, okay? So you're with me. I think you're with me. Then we're probably gonna do like a big massive headline. So why not just use the text here and just do something like find amazing freelancers, or find outstanding projects. Outstanding might be the wrong thing. Fun and exciting projects. I don't know, something like that. Let's make it a giant title. Woo, that thing is big, bruh. Okay, so maybe not title, maybe heading. Yeah, that's one thing I'm not like the biggest fan of in the Fig Jam is, yeah, we're just gonna, I'm gonna go like this. It's gonna be imperfect, right? This is rough. This is all rough stuff, and that's okay. We are kind of aligning things a little bit though. Kudos to us for aligning things. Okay, I'm gonna do another thing down here. Normal. Gosh, just some Ipsum would be real nice right now. I wish you could get some Ipsum inside of Fig Jam. That would be mind-blowing, mind-bending, all right? So, it's hard to find freelancers, and it's hard to be a freelancer here at, what's the name of our company? All right, here we go. Time for community participation. We need to name our freelancing site. I leave it to you, put it in the chat, and we'll find the best one and we will make it happen. Okay, so here at, I'm gonna put underline, here at underline, we strive to vet good, ... And okay, just a bunch of junk that goes in there. All right, that's what we want. We want a bunch of stuff that goes in there. Name this thing for me, okay? Name this screen. Name this company for me. That's what I'm looking for you to do. All right, with that being said, we're probably gonna, do we dare? We do dare. Okay, so we're gonna do a little person here, and I'm gonna do all this without letting go of the mouse. So here's like a person in like a business suit, and they have a laptop right here, and it goes down, and then here, like something like that. That's the worst drawing I've ever done in my life, but you guys get it. You guys get the point, I think. Okay. All right. Freelance lot. Lance a lot. Job done. Lancer. Jesse Lancer. Ooh, I don't know if I could do Jesse Lancer. That's a little bit too cray. I like it though. Good job. Blink. Hire freelancers easily. Oh, hello. That's kind of a fun. Let's call it Blink. I like that. Okay. Here at, what is it? Blink with a Q. You always got to spell it wrong to be cool. You always got to spell it wrong to be cool. Am I right? Okay, here we go. BLINQ. Here at Blink, we do this. Let's just highlight it in the blue or something like that. Maybe not. Whatever. Okay, cool. Blink. I like that. That's fun. Okay, so we got that thing, and then I'm just gonna drag some shapes up here, and these shapes will represent little UI elements, right? Like, oh, here's a little thing floating there, and there's another little thing floating there, and here's another little shape there. This is really just rough concepts, right? And I'm not going to include any colors or anything like that when I go to high-res wireframes. That we're just concepting stuff right now. But here's one of the things we did notice was social proof, images of people, distinction between client, freelancer, testimonials. I think another one we should have added here was search focused. That's something that might like kind of give us a little bit of the X factor and make us stand out from the rest of the crowd, maybe, right? So, okay. So I'm gonna put this thing here. Why don't we grab one of these and let's try to, okay, maybe not. Let's drag another one out, whoop, just like that, and shrink it down. And now let's make a search bar. Now we could go old school style and try to drag a search bar like up in here, but why don't we break the plane a little bit and do a search bar right here that kind of cuts this whole thing in half. That could be fun. That could be really cool. Okay, I'm thinking as you're thinking. We're thinking about this as we go, okay? I love the name. I love Blink. That's what we're going for. Sahej Singh, you did it. You nailed it, okay? So let's what are we searching for, right? We're searching for, here's a field where people could probably search for job title or keyword or something. And let's get straight to the point. Let's not beat around the bush here. Let's go budget in here, and then we do like a search button. Okay. Now what would be cool is if this whole thing had like freelancer or hiring, right? Like looking for work or looking for hire, kind of thing. Looking for work or offering work. There you go. Looking for work or offering work. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we would do like maybe a checkbox of some kind over here. And then let's just, yeah, we'll just, these fields might change, obviously. But then let's just do, oh my gosh, writing with a mouse. Writing with a mouse inside of FigJam. Not a good idea. That looks like a serial killer wrote that. Yep, thank you. Okay. So we're gonna feature search there. Let's keep cruising. I like what we're doing. I like how we're going here, right? Okay. Social proof. Now it's time for social proof, right? You always want to keep, just as a rule of thumb, you want to try to keep social proof closer to the top. You don't want to bury it really far down, right? Because somebody lands on your page, they get confirmed of what they're looking for, right? They see brand like recognition trustworthiness, value provided, clear call to action, secondary call to actions as well. And then as they scroll down, you want to get really quickly to two things, to primary functionality and social proof. Like, you want to do this. And the reason you want to do this is because all these other big companies do it as well. That's kind of your thought process. Okay. So that's at least my thought process. And I think a lot of other people's thought process as well. Used by companies like, this is not the text we're going to use there. That's an atrocious bit of copywriting. We will talk a little bit about copywriting throughout this project. Use companies like, okay, let's just grab this, group that together. We reuse. We just reuse. That's what we do. Okay. Why don't we do this and just go pop, 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 pop. And how many can we fit? 5? Beautiful. Let's do 2 rows of it. It's probably enough. Good. I love that. Look, it's coming together. Group the whole thing together. Social proof. Social proof. That's the weirdest Kermit the Frog voice. Sorry about that voice. I don't know. I don't know where that voice came from. It just came out. I'm just having fun. I'm trusted by. That's way better. Way better. Thank you very much, Tomek. Appreciate your feedback. It takes a village. It takes a village. This is a community thing we're doing here, folks. So, all right. Yeah, Ashton said, you sure that's all that's in it? Yeah, bro. It's 9:30 something in the morning for me. So, pretty sure. Pretty sure. Okay. What should come after this? You'd probably want to feature like some jobs for you, right? Like, okay, so let me see. I'm thinking now, right? Like, primary action, like all that kind of good stuff in the hero. We get to main action or like main functionality, social proof. Maybe let's just get straight to jobs. Let's show some amazing jobs. Oh, you know what though? Oh, let's go back to our Mila note really quickly. Testimonials. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do jobs. I'm going to do some job offers, job examples, and then I'm kind of building this out. Okay, hold on here. Social proof, categories of work. Yeah. Process. That's later. Testimonials, image of people, headline. Bob. Oh, no, we don't want that. Let's move this up here. Boom. Images of people. Then search focused, social proof, right? What else? Then we want to get to job examples. I'm kind of ordering my page right now. This is kind of a fun process. Category, social proof, bink. Job examples, yeah, that's what we call them. And then let's get straight to testimonials. So I'm kind of reordering my homepage. Oh, this is nice. I'm going to start building sitemaps. Inside of Milanote because you could just, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Never thought of that. We could totally just do like a sitemap, and this is like a page. We just call it homepage, and then all like the content that's structured on it. And then we can do another page like over here and then do a line that connects to it. We just build sitemaps inside of here, and it shows the content. It displays the content. Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, cool. Really fun. Okay, I just discovered a new workflow that I might have to start implementing for web design. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I lost that. I got so excited. Social proof, job examples. Let's do, we already got logos. Yeah, let's do like a series, like a 3-up grid of cards or a 4-up grid of cards, something like that, okay? And we're just gonna drag this out and go, job example. We're not going to get too heavy into it. Let's shrink the card down a little bit like this. Bink. 3 or 4. Can we fit 4? We can probably fit 4. Can we distribute in this tool? We can not distribute. There's no distribution. That's okay. We could sort it out, can't we? I think we could. Yeah, between us, we could probably make this happen. Anyways, okay, so a couple of job examples. What do we put above it? This also is a teeny tiny little guy, but that's okay. Maybe we want a little guy there. Let's copy it, paste. Let's just keep on with it for now. We'll probably fix it later. We put like jobs for you. Maybe we have more than, yeah, let's do, I don't know, let's play with this getting a little bit bigger. What would that look like? Yeah, I think that might look good. And then we do another one down here, and we do it normal text, and we zoom in so you guys can see what I'm actually working on. And then we line things up and say, over 5,000 active jobs. I don't know, something like that. All right, and obviously we would want to work on this later and like, you know, spacing, all that kind of fun stuff. We're just building sections right now more than anything, right? You see this? We're building sections. That's what we want. Let's do something like that, okay? And we'll grab this whole thing. And again, this is rough. This is rough stuff, okay? Rough concepts. This is going to help us kind of just mock out some of the direction. Some of this might change later. Some of this might change later, y'all, and that's okay. That's what we want. We want rough concepts. And this is honestly, actually, this is kind of a question answer kind of thing. It's like back to the process, right? This process, why I like this concept rough, kind of like rough phase, roughing things out, is because I kind of get to bounce back and forth between research and roughing it out. It's hard for me, and maybe you're different, maybe you are, maybe you're like me though. It's hard for me to just think about what a project should look like with content, right? Or just like writing things out. I need to also map things out visually and get the juices flowing. Like, what could this be? Oh yeah, this is working. And now I start to get myself into a little bit of a flow state. So that's just how I work. That's how I operate. You ain't got to do you, okay? So let's go jobs just free. Somebody said featured jobs, but I want to try to keep this thing personalized. In my opinion, better copywriting is personalized copywriting, right? That says, hey, you, we want something for you. This is perfect for you, right? Later on, we would hope that somebody would be able to start an account and put in their details of what they're looking for, and then only be provided with a job board that satisfies those requirements. And let's just talk. Let's rap a little bit about a few things. When I look at other job boards like Dribbble and Behance and all the other ones out there, they're fine, they're dandy, all that kind of stuff. But in my opinion, I want to create an account and go back and not have to constantly redo my filters, but I want to go back and be like, this is who I am. This is what I'm looking for. Please funnel in work like this to me always. I don't want packaging design. I don't want logos. That's not what I do. I want to do high-level strategy. I want to do UI design, UX design, and maybe some web design. Only give me those. That's kind of the thought of my concept for this thing that we're working on here, okay? Okay, let's look back a little bit at some testimonial sections and see, oh, I like it. I like it, right? Let's look at this one. Can we zoom in more on this? No, we can't. So I'll tell you what, let's go back to here. Let's zoom in here on our work, right? See, I don't love this approach on Top Towel. They put the people right there. I get what they're doing, right? I'm gonna try to gear this a little bit more towards people, which is, I like Upwork's like take on this, right? Look at this, find talent your way. That's a kind of fun like look, but I want something like this, like kind of testimonial-ish, and maybe a cross between that and this. I'm kind of thinking, yeah, some of these Abernails kind of like circling around on things. Yeah, it's something like that. We're really, sorry, I'm jumping all over the place right now. We're really structured right now. Everything is very boxy. And maybe that's not a bad thing, but we need to start offsetting a few things, in my opinion. So let's do a fun testimonial section, okay? Let's just do something that's at least a little bit asymmetrical. So let's go, bink, I'm gonna drag this in. I'm gonna bring this to gray, stretch this out. Let's play with layout a little bit. We're just laying things out here. What's the most powerful thing that they could see? Is it video? Is it audio? I think it's probably video. So let's do this and then do something that kind of overhangs like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm getting at here? You see what I'm doing, right? Let's go here. I don't know. We're just going to change colors so they're not like overlapping too much. Let's do something like that. Okay, cool. I'm just going to draw a little line here that denotes this is like an image of some kind. And then messy as can be, I'm gonna say this is gonna be a video. Boy, that's messy. And we could do better than that. Let's just draw a nice circle, a nice play button, And then that can go there and there. That looks a little bit nicer. Can we just be a little nicer? I know we're rough concepting things today, but let's get a little bit nicer. Group that whole thing together. Now I have a little video. Okay, let's just, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna steal this typography that's in there because I don't need to keep trying to reinvent the wheel, right? We're just doing rough stuff, rough things. Okay, let's line this up to the left. And then we probably need like a person, right? We got a person there. Oh, this is probably too big, I think. I'm kind of probably thinking about layout a little too much. This should be more about like getting content on the page. But let's do like, who's in the chat right now? Who's in the chat? Tomek, we might not be able to review your portfolio. Maybe we can, but let's get Tomek's name in this thing. Tomek's success story. Boom, something like that. Okay, that could be fun. Now let's just shrink it down. Tomek's success story. Boop, move that up. And blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Stuff needs to go in there. Do we have like, yeah, let's just take a bunch of text, fill it in, right? Maybe this would lead like off to a blog, or maybe this would be like a call to action. If we're going to do a call to action, let's go up and snag our call to action button. Whoop, copy that. Yeah, either way, whoop, let's just put a sign up button there for now. Okay, something like that. Okay, Tomek, we're gonna focus on your success story. It's gonna be great. Now, you know, visually, maybe we'd want to like encapsulate this, like, I don't know, dark light sections, that whole kind of deal. What else do we need? See, they had kind of like, oh look, they did a similar thing over here. Interesting. Okay. Job examples. These are specific job examples, features. What else could we put? Services, projects, testimonials. What else do we have on our Mila Note doc? What was in here? Testimonial, job example, testimonial, success stories, categories of work. That's what we said. Let's do it. Let's stick to it. Should we do process first? Process is actually kind of tempting to get going up here. Maybe we'll do a process here. Maybe we'll get process up above categories of work. I think so. I think that could be fun. What does process look like? I don't know. We want a real 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of simple process, right? Where we go, oh, actually, let's just drag in a circle. Why do we always try to do things the difficult way, Jesse? I don't know. We'll go white or gray or black, whatever. Let's do that. Let's shrink this circle down. Again, it's not going to look like this. We're just thinking of a way to kind of like visualize it for now. 2, 3, 4, something like that. I do wish there was not just alignment tools, but oh, wait a minute. Almost, there was like almost alignment tools. Did you see that? Did you see that? Felt like it almost worked, but not quite. What? Yeah, align vertical, align. There's no distribution tools. That frustrates me. Anyways, okay. There should be distribution tools in this. Okay. Let's just take our marker and draw a line straight through like that, and then send it to the back. Okay. And you know, obviously it's step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4, whatever. Okay. Process. I mean, we could put a we could keep this little title head subhead line thing. Title head title. What did I just say? What? You ever have that kind of morning where you say title head title? Okay, just me. Let's let's move this down and put this here. And what do we put here? What do we put here? What's the thing that goes here? Success story. It's success stories. Just write success stories there. That's what we do. We align things to the middle. Okay. So far, so good. Ooh, like that. And let's just group this piece together, move it down, and group the whole thing together. Okay, great. So far, so good. Let's move all this down. Okay, I think we're getting close to being done with our homepage. Maybe, huh? Okay, so let's go jobs for you. This was a simple way to land clients. That's a nice way to say that, I think. Like that. Okay. Let's again align this in the middle. Get, this is not the promise we can actually make, but land a project, land a paying client in 4 simple steps. Not 100% foolproof, not what we're saying, not a money back guarantee or anything, but you know, an easy way to say it is more what we're going for there. Okay, this is looking kind of all right. I think the next thing we do need is, I would like to, boy, I wish we could just, can we ungroup this? Ungroup. Aha. Let's keep stretching these down, shall we? Boink, like that. Cool. Okay. We should just group those together. Now we can move them. Ugh, they got this constraints thing on FigJam, which I don't think they need. Okay. People that found their success. Yeah, that's true. Now we just need categories of work, I think, and like a big footer. Let's just, we'll call it a day there, and see, like find the work that you love. Right. Stop taking any old project. Only take projects that interest you. Something like that. Okay. And this is literally, it's really similar to this, honestly. So why don't we just take these, pop these in here. It's really similar to this. So like, this is a category, you know what I'm saying? Okay, category. I'll just pop those in there. And this can be a pretty big grid. This is not, see these imperfections here of grid? We're not trying to be perfect right now. Rough cuts, homies. All right, let's just do a nice big grid of them. Okay, so it's kind of structured, it's kind of fun. And then you know what we need to do? We just need to end this bad boy with a nice big footer. Okay, footer time. No, that's a note. Sorry, we need a square. Bingo, that's what we need. Let's just stretch this thing across. And when I'm like really like actually roughing things out, I'm not gonna actually like design the footer because you all know what a footer looks like, right? Okay, all right, that's not bad actually. I kind of like it. Now we might get into this and go, boring. This website we just created is a snooze fest. But what's cool is I like the structure of it. I like what's there. We can then go in and tweak and improve any specific components that have to do with it, right? So we can start looking back at our UI bits, our little UI bits that we like. We can go in there and go like, oh, maybe our header needs to have some shapes in it, or maybe our cards need to be more kind of like rectangles. And oh, here's an interesting thing for our little search bar. And so we can start looking at different bits. Maybe this is what our testimonial things look like. They're punchy, they're powerful, they're colorful. Maybe, you know, maybe, right? But like, again, we've laid out a rough kind of outline, really. So this stream was not supposed to be just wireframing. The bigger idea is that you think in this iterative kind of way, right? Where we're thinking about our research and everything we've done, and then we are laying that out on the page, and we're kind of bouncing back and forth, and we're just vibing. We're just riffing ideas, one after another, riffing ideas, okay? So, all right, so here's what I'm gonna start with, my messy mood board. I'm gonna jump out to the web. I'm gonna start shopping, okay? Now, in our previous episodes, we kind of talked about how we liked cool colors. We liked greens and blues. So we're gonna go on a little bit of a search. And this is seriously, I mean, I love, this is coolers.com. And I'm on the palettes section. I'm exploring. I'm trying to find cool stuff. So we can search for terms. Like, what if we just search for the term freelance? What do we find? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I'm not saying we are going to stick with any of these palettes, but it's fun to start. It's fun to start searching. Let's base it off of some blue. A blue freelancing palette. No blue freelancing palettes found. Let's just go off of blue then, okay? We're gonna do a little bit of work. Rianne says, as a UI UX design, oh, I kind of am, look at this one. Bro, look at the blues and the yellow. I wasn't thinking blues and yellows, but it's kind of fun, huh? Okay, that's kind of cool, okay? And now we can just copy straight from here and pop these in. This color palette kind of, man, I didn't mean to find one so quick. I meant to do a little bit more searching, but I really dig it. Because there's kind of light and dark hues of our blue and green color. So I kind of like it. It's fresh. It's a little younger. It's not so stagnant and kind of old as maybe like, for instance, like that's real dark, you know, like it's just a little bit more on the fresh side. And we want that to be a little bit more us, right? Okay. So with that being said, let's just say, for instance, we like the color palette, okay? We're gonna keep going. We're gonna find more elements that we really are into, all right? But we're gonna get real messy here right now. So now I'm gonna jump over to Behance. I'm gonna start grabbing things that I like. I like these hand-drawn elements. I like these organic shapes, right? There's some more organic shapes. What else do I like? Obviously, I like to see images of like devices. I probably don't wanna do like old school devices like that. Let me see, what else do I really like? I like kind of some three-dimensionality here. Like these things are kind of popping out. So I'm gonna open that up. I'm just holding down my Command or Alt key and just opening all these up in a new tab. This is messy inspiration time, right? Where we just start gathering stuff, okay? What else do I really like? I'm gonna go, what about job website? We're gonna direct kind of pulls from other things. It's not the worst thing you could ever do. Here's an example, has a search bar in it that I like as well. And this is really people focused. There's some people hiding there in the background, which there's kind of a people focused deal. That's really similar. Love this. We're just grabbing bunches of stuff. Okay, now we're gonna go back to our Milanote file. So let's where'd Milanote go? Boom, we're gonna bring Milanote. What did we have in our content needs, right? We had social proof, headlines that reference trusted freelancers. So now we need to look up some of these things, right? Let's look up, let's look up social proof, okay? So this is me drilling down, like zeroing in on individual elements and just creating this messy collage kind of mood board that I could then, as a part one, kind of send to the clients, but I would never send this part one without the more refined part two, okay? So social proof. Let's go website social proof. Boom, let's go social proof on a website. What do you give me? Yeah, this is not really what I'm looking for. Not really what I'm looking for. I tell you what, let's go over to Dribble and we'll type in here, website social proof. Okay. Let's see what we can find. Yeah. Do we see any social? Here's a perfect example of social proof. I see it. See these little guys? This is what I'm looking for. So I'm literally going to snag and collage. Snag and collage. That's the idea here. Here's some more social proof. I see it. Okay, that's good. What else do we have? We have search focused. We need search bar inspiration. Okay. So let's go search bar. This is how it starts. Just stick with me. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm thinking more of like a travel search bar like this. In my mind I see it, right? Like and this is a good moment to stop and talk about experience, just blood, sweat and tears kind of experience, right? The longer you spend in this industry, the more you know what you're looking for. You know what to call it, you know where to find it. This is a call for you and me to stay dedicated and really saturate ourselves in our craft and in the industry so that you can speak about things clearly, think about things clearly. The more ammunition and tools you have in your toolbox, the easier it is for you to pull them out and start fixing, making, and finding things, okay? So that's just quick reminder, like spend the time learning the industry and the craft. There's one that, see that little search bar in there? We're gonna pull that thing open in a second and start playing with that. We like it. This is kind of an example. Maybe I'll open that one up. And then here's exactly what we're looking for. I see it already. I see that kind of overlaid search bar deal. That's what we like, okay? What else do we have? We had search focus, social proof, job examples. Yeah. I think we have enough. We could probably pull from our other examples we already had. Testimonials. Give me testimonials now, Dribble, okay? We use inspiration sites, right? We to reference Austin Kleon's famous book, we steal like an artist, right? We bring in lots of inspiration or resources. We figure out why we like those resources. We don't copy them directly. We figure out why we like them. And then we start building things that we've done the thought work. Why do we like this? Why does this work? What about this works? And we start bringing it together into a new amalgamation of design. That's what it's all about, okay? So let's jump back in. Now what were we looking for now? We were looking for testimonials. Let's go back over to Dribble and go testimonials, okay? And that is because I didn't spell testimonials right. Let's spell testimonials right and maybe we'll actually get something. Then we're going to click on web design. So we have web design specific testimonials. Always use the filtering. Always use the filtering. Here's kind of like an idea for testimonials, like kind of a big image there. What else do we got? What else do we got? This could be a thing. I don't love this. I do, however, really like what I'm seeing here. Just these little snippets of what I'm seeing here. Now, if this is like too zoomed out for you, you're like, how can you tell, Jesse? You could just like make these bigger if you want. I'm pressing Command plus on my keyboard, and that allows me to kind of zoom in and see things a little bit on the bigger side, if that's what you want to do, if that's what works for you, okay? I'm looking, I'm not seeing testimonial. I kind of like what I see there. I might kind of snag some of that. Look, this is actually bringing together lots of things that I like. This guy right here, okay? Organic shapes, color, overlaying, three-dimensionality, testimonials, boom. Let's snag that one. That one's really, really nice. This is kind of, I mean, back to the search bar and the travel kind of deal. That's nice. This is kind of skipping a little bit, but this is testimonials, and we see a little bit of offerings or like cards or types of, yeah, let's snag some of those. See how much inspiration we're grabbing right now? I don't like that at all. That's pretty standard. Okay, what else? Come on, Milano, what else we got? We got process. Show me process, Dribble, okay? I'm gonna go here and go process. Yeah, buddy, we need to see some process stuff. Take us over to web design process stuff. Oh, look what I found. Nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stepper. I like that. Let's zoom back out. What else? What else? What else? That's really beautiful. I'm not going to take it, but it's good. It's a good deal. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Process. Are we also popular? Yeah, we're under the popular tab, which is good. Let's see. Process. That's kind of fun, kind of like illustration style, but we probably won't be doing any of that stuff for our site. Website, web design process. Maybe we need to type web design process. Let's try this. Web design process. Also, this is like little 101 on like finding inspiration. When you find a vein of what works for you, stay in that vein, right? It's like mining for gold. You find a vein of gold you like, stay in that vein. Just keep digging there, right? I jumped over to Dribble. We moved away from Behance. We like what's happening inside of Dribble. Stay in Dribble, okay? As long as that vein keeps kind of like producing. We're not really getting much. Process steps maybe is what so our vein is starting to dry up right now. There's more of that. That's good. That was the one we already pulled. Yeah, maybe web design process steps. Maybe not. Okay, we're kind of missing it a little bit. We're drying up here. I'm going to jump back over to Behance. Let's go to Behance. How about web design process? I'm going to type that in right there. What do we get? What do we get? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Those are like onboarding screens. I wasn't really thinking that way. See these guys right here? Like, kind of fun. Like, again, back to like the illustrative style, which we're not really doing, right? Okay. Literally, this is what it looks like. I actually, you know, you could just try to drag things out, but because I'm on a MacBook Pro, I'm able to press Command-Shift-4, and I'm able to just kind of snap the areas that I like that, which is what I'm going to do here. I'm just snapping. I like that hand-drawn thing. Get out of here, Dropbox. No, I don't want you to do any of that stuff. Again, organic. Oh my gosh, Dropbox, you better back on up and respect me. Okay, here we go. All right, what did I like? I liked, again, we're digging the organic shapes and the devices, strong typography kind of shown there. This was fun, like the cards. I liked the cards there. What did I like here? I liked people. This kind of had all the goods, right? It had the social proof, organic shapes, people, and a search bar included. So I liked that piece. What was this? What did we like out of this? We liked the people, I think. Did we like the people? Actually, I like a lot of stuff out of this. This is kind of fun. I might just steal from that. That's really cool. That's kind of fun. This is also kind of icon driven kind of process stuff. Digging that as well. Okay, cool. I don't love everything about that. I do like a lot about this search bar people. Remember, one of the things we said was we liked the little floating, back in a previous episode, we liked the floating elements. Boom. Toss that in like that. Where did this? What are we doing? How to potu? Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, we liked this. We liked a little social proof. That was purely the social proof. Was there anything else on this that we really liked? Don't love that. That doesn't really serve us. This could kind of serve us. Kind of fun stacking of typography. I feel like the dot pattern's still in, so it could work. I'm using some of that on my website, so totally could work. Let's see. This is kind of there. I don't love the rendition of this, but I do love how it kind of leads down to other things. So I'm going to snap that area. What else we got? Oh, search. Let's go big on this one because I loved. We are going to have to zoom out a little bit. Yeah. I really liked this overlapping search bar section, and maybe it'll have some extra controls like this. I wasn't even, see, this is where it gets really good, because I wasn't even thinking about having extra filters. I was just gonna do a straight search bar, but what if when you search, you're able to maybe toggle down like some of these filters? That could be really helpful, I think, to our users who are looking for freelance work, right? Okay, let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, dig this. Like that a lot. Just snapping things. See, and here's actually what I was kind of imagining. I think we had this, didn't we, in our Figma wireframe? It was kind of, see how it's overlapping? This is what we were kind of envisioning, is something like this. So let's snap it. I dig it. We want to get a little bit of that overlapping. Love it. What did we love from this one? I don't know, because I don't love it now. So good. We close it. You don't have to commit to anything, right? We're just snapping stuff, all right? Somebody said colors. Yes, colors, absolutely. I'll tell you what I did like about this. I think what I liked about this one was maybe this piece. I can't be sure. It's kind of interesting to me, okay? We got a few more and then we're done. I liked these a lot. Let's just snack on these ones. Liked that, okay? Again, really good. This is really, I think I really did dig this one because it's a great usage of all of the things we're kind of looking at, which is, right, like imagery, typography, search, and then immediately with the social proof stuff down here, which is like featured in, right? Bam. I didn't even think of that, like a featured in section. That could be kind of fun. Okay, see how your mind should be free to wander and explore. That's why we're doing the messy version first, because it will help form some solid ideas for us later. I promise you. Start messy and then solidify, okay? Boom, I like that. I'm digging that. Love this. This is our process. We are real big fans of this process, okay? All right, with that being said, we have all of the things now. Let's jump over to Figma. Boom. Here's our mood board. We might actually clear out this color palette and put it down here in our style tile. And we are going to just, oh man. Oh, see all those elements? See all those assets we got over there? It's about to get crazy. It's about to get fun. Okay, here's You make sure you zoom way out when you do this, because I'm about to do what's called the inspo dump. The inspiration dump is literally just drag it all in and whoop-ah, get it all in there. All right, here we go. It's about to get very, very messy. Now, we know that there's a lot of stuff here, so we're gonna have to shrink down. This is a big 16:9 presentation, so you don't have to be too scared about getting it all down there, okay? We're gonna use the Figma cleanup kind of thing and just keep highlighting things and cleaning up. Love it. Moving things around to fit into a bit of a square. Clean it up, shrink it down, get it closer, all right? Now, let's just start grabbing elements and bringing them onto our artboard, okay? Here's this whole little row right here. Let's just bring it in. Love it so far. Love it so far. Now, here's one thing I am gonna do on my messy mood board. I'm going to kind of show prominence or the things that I love the most through size, okay? So if it's something small, then I kind of like it, okay? If it's something big, then whoa boy, do we like it, okay? So you do have to have a little bit of rhyme or reason here, okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna select the artboard, press 2, it's gonna zoom me all the way into my artboard, okay? So you can always, we kind of snapped around the areas that we really love here, but we can always crop into things if we need to, okay? But I don't think we need to for now. So I'm gonna start taking elements and getting them out of the way, okay? And then addressing each element one at a time, okay? I really like this. So this is gonna be pretty big in my messy mood board here, okay? I also really like this, okay? Actually, we probably should have done all of this off of the artboard first. Let's do it all off the artboard first. Love these. This is a big one. That's a hit. That's a hit. Okay, let's start addressing the other things. I kind of like this. We have a lot of this. I don't even need it on my artboard. It's just going to clutter things up, okay? I'm also going to kind of group things together in my messy mood board. So look, we have organic shapes, and I'll just kind of overlap them like that a little bit, group them together, bring those in, and kind of chuck them maybe over there, okay? I love this. This is like the use of like people, and maybe I'll even title these things later, right? Because again, it's kind of like we're kind of stitching things together here. So let's group these things together, and maybe we will put some text in here that says search bars and social proof, okay? Let's just spell proof correctly, and let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, we're using Roboto, nothing special here. Bink, like this. Okay, love that. Okay, all right, fantastic. We're kind of grouping things together. What else do we got over here? What were these two? What were these things? Organic shapes, people, and devices. Okay, let's bring all this down. So we'll say organic shapes, people, and devices, okay? Now the reason I'm doing this is because if you're gonna deliver this to a client, right, you wanna be able to present this. You never ever wanna just send something like this to a client. They're gonna go, holy cow, I'm paying this person? But if you present a messy mood board and a nice kind of strict style tile, they're gonna go, oh, I see, this person has a process and you're presenting it to me. You can then talk them through your process a bit, and it seems very, very professional. It seems very, very impressive at that point. You're showing them that you're putting in the work to your craft and that they didn't have the ability to do it without you, okay? Let's do, again, like these are like testimonials. Let's put those over there. Testimonial, this is process, this is process. This is people, this is search, right? So I'm gonna take this search bar because we really liked it. Boom, we're gonna pop it in there. We are just popping things in and making things messy here, okay? We're gonna try to fast forward and do, ooh, there's another search bar. Let's grab that, bink, just like that. Boom, okay, search bar is there. Okay, and if you want, if you do your messy thing the way you want to do your messy thing. Maybe you want to take each one of these because they are in groups. Maybe instead you want to put it in a frame and then style the frame. You could totally do that. It's up to you. I'm just going to keep it messy like so. Okay, boom, I put it inside. I'm just kind of rearranging the layers list. Okay, if this is boring to you, I totally understand, but this is part of the process. We got to do it, folks. We got to do it. Okay, so let's talk about social proof. And this is more like the testimonial thing. Yeah, so let's drag this over here. I'm going to put this in testimonials. Okay, so boom, copy, boom, paste. Testimonials and people. And again, you're kind of showing all the things that you want to be accomplishing here. It's fine if you kind of double up, right? If, like, because over here, here's what I mean. This says organic shapes, people, and devices. This says testimonials and people. That's okay. Just double it up. That's all right. We don't mind. Okay, let's bring that one above. Kind of just collaging these bad boys together. Love it. Okay, kind of get the idea based off that. Just like so. Okay, great. What else do we have? We had cards. Okay, boom, cards like that. Let's do social proof here. Beep, beep, like that. And this is just a good hero example. I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna pop these together. Again, just zoom in and drag some text up here that says hero with floating elements and hand drawn with floating and hand drawn elements. Okay, that's what we need. That's what we need. We need a little bit of that magic. Center align it. Boom. Bring the whole thing together. Group it. Bingo. Bango. Wingo wango. Okay. So this is a little bit big. Let's just grab some of these elements, shrink them down a bit, make some space on our messy artboard. All right. Good. You can see they're starting to have like their own little individual spaces here. We're just kind of like bringing things together. This is probably like testimony, but I might call this card too. Good. I love that. Okay, great. Grouping it together. First, let's steal some text. Boom, boom, boom. Working fast. We're just going to call these cards. Value props. What else could we do with these cards? Value props and maybe categories. Yeah, we said categories, right? Categories. That's a great section right there. And again, if you're running out of space, guess what? It's a messy mood board. I'm just gonna space this thing out and give it some more. It's all right. We want to get all of our pieces in here. Love it. Let's bring a text box there and a text box here. We call this one process and flow. Okay, group that together. Bring that on. Here's the last one. We're just calling this. It's more examples of social proof, really, right? Social proof. Really just like logos is what we want. We're trying to highlight there. Group that together. Boom, shakalaka. You have yourself a really messy mood board, okay? Now again, like I said, you can do these however you want. Maybe it looks fully overlapped in collage. That's totally up to you, okay? But now, from what we have there, we're gonna start building our style tile, okay? Let's say we're gonna, and again, you might explore colors a lot more. These streams are, we try to keep them to an hour, hour and a half, so I don't wanna like bore you guys to death, right? Let's start moving into that style tile. Now, again, reminder, what is a style tile? What is a style tile? A style tile is that next step from a mood board that allows you to create a little bit more structure. Before it was real messy, we're grabbing, we're pulling, we're clipping things, right? Maybe we have colors, examples, UI stuff. Now we're gonna start actually bringing in some typography and we're gonna use it, we're gonna do, everything we place in our style tile is based off of our research and our messy mood boards and our wireframes. All of it's gonna come together now. So you're gonna see me clicking around a lot, mood board, research, Milanote, back to Figma, back to my style tile. You're gonna see me doing a lot of this, and that's what it's supposed to be because we're starting to build some examples, not final products, but examples of interface components, elements, typography, color palette, art direction, and imagery, okay? So with that being said, let's get cracking. Let's get going. Also, if you have not yet, make sure you like, subscribe, hit the little bell notification icon on the channel so you know when more videos like this one come out. Really, really appreciate it. It lets other people see the content. So that's what we want. Okay, so let's start digging in. Let's talk typography. Okay, we're gonna go back over to our research, right? We're in our research file, we're looking around. Typography tends to be strong, sans serif, okay? There's a little bit of serif usage in over here on the Upwork one, but that's not the direction I'm going. I'm probably gonna stay with the strong kind of like direction here, like pretty professional. Okay, so like that. Let's go, that's not gonna help us at all right there. Let's go back to our mood board and let's see what's in our messy mood board. Again, I'm tending to lean towards strong typography, okay? This is kind of a rounded serif, which I don't mind, but look at that. It's kind of that Airbnb, Uber-esque kind of style. It's very pro, something a little softer. Like, so in my mind, I'm thinking, what's like a softer, but still professional and clean serif font? Maybe Poppins, maybe Sophia Pro, which I'm a big fan of. So we're just gonna drop some typography on here, okay? We're gonna put like headline 1, okay? And let's start digging in and finding, I'm actually going to just bring this over so you can see some different examples of typography, okay? We're gonna zoom way in here. So let's try Poppins, okay? Because it has a little bit more character, that's nice. Let's try something like Sophia Pro, okay? Sophia Pro, let's maybe bump it up to like a little bit of semi-bold to get a fair comparison. There's a lot more weights in Poppins. So this is Sophia Pro, it has 5 weights, and Poppins has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weights. So not too much differently. Okay, I'm gonna drop this down. I'm gonna drop both of these down to 16. Okay, and I'm gonna drop both of them to probably like whatever could be like the regular weight. We want to go regular, extra regular on both. Okay, so you can kind of see that's an example of body copy. Okay, so let's actually make both of these say body copy. And what we're gonna need is a little bit of lorem ipsum of some kind. So let's just go content reel. Where's my content reel plugin? I love content reel. Big fan of content reel. Next, don't make me log in. I'm on this new computer. Okay, cool. Lorem ipsum short. Love it, love it. We need text. We need lorem ipsum long. Give me long. Okay, apply. Oh, mama. Don't know what happened there. There it is. We're able to just grab one, boom, and pop it into place, okay? So when you just select it in content reel, it drops in there. You still got Poppins, you got Sophia Pro. They're a little bit different looking, right? Let's make them, we'll kind of condense the text size here, okay? Let's make them left aligned text. I'm gonna zoom in so you can see the typography we're working on a little bit better, okay? And this one is, both of them are at auto. Okay, so let's take control of our typography a little bit. If our font is 16 pixels, then let's try doing 16 times 2 for our line height, okay? And we'll do the same thing here. 16 times 2, asterisk 2, okay, tab, and we kind of pump those out, okay? So again, we're not trying to say this is the typographic scale and style that we're doing here. Somebody else said enter. Let's try enter. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a little something, something. We're gonna go like this. Poppins, just like this. We're gonna go Helvetica, and we'll go gray, go away talking thing. Okay, we're gonna put some little examples here. Okay, Poppins. This one is Sophia Pro. Let's do another one. Let's do enter, okay? Let's try it. Do I have enter installed on my computer? That's what we'll see. Enter. Boom, we do. It's good. Enter's good, right? But it just has a little bit of that, it's like these other ones have just like a little bit of that character that I like. But enter might work. We'll see, okay? It is a classic. And maybe we could use it for subtext, buttons, tags, different things like that. Maybe we'll pair together. Maybe. But you got to be careful of making typography a little too similar. So it would need to be probably like a sans serif mixed with enter, in my opinion. But that's okay. We're trying it out, okay? So why don't we start actually pulling these out of the way from each other a little bit, and we'll play. Now we're playing, right? So we're going to take our Poppins up here, and we're gonna do like a sub headline. So let's actually put something like find UI/UX jobs. Okay, So yes, we totally filled in this one with lorem ipsum, but try to fill it in with text that makes sense, like content that actually makes sense, if you're gonna show this to a client especially, okay? With that being said, we are going to give it the old ×2 treatment, right? So ×2, this jumps us up. Let's go from regular to semi-bold. Okay, now we have kind of like a sub-headline, and let's do it one more time. Now ×2 might be a little too big for you. You might go, yikes, that's gonna get really big really fast. So maybe this could have been instead 16 times 1.6. Ooh, that's the wrong, sorry. 16 times 1.6. Maybe that's more of a sub headline for you. 32. What are we at? 16, excuse me, and 25. Okay. So we can delete this one and go up again. What did we just do? 1.6. Let's do it again. Okay. So we'll kind of bring this down. We'll round it off to 25 is what we're doing here. And we're going 25 times 1.6 again. Boom. And now we have a bit of our headline. Okay. We've created our typographic scale. It's at 40. It's at 25, okay, and it's at 16. I don't love an odd number. It makes my skin crawl a little bit, so I'm gonna drop this down to something more like 24 or 26. We'll keep it 26. So we got 16, 26, and 40, okay? So let's do the same over here. We'll grab all of these, and we'll just make some decisions here. Now, you could make multiple style tiles. Once I find one of these that I like, maybe we're like, it's Sophia Pro. Maybe we'll make a backup with Inter or Poppins, right? And you have style tile number 2 that has some slight variation changes. And it's really a shift in direction is really all it is. So let's bring these over. Whoop, and we'll turn these into Sophia Pro. Bink, like that. Love it. Okay, and then let's turn these into Inter. And then we're going to do a little bit of voting right now. Okay, folks. I feel like we should have one more. Let's do one more like this. What's one more font? Somebody else give me a font inside of the Proxima Nova. Great choice. Yes. Proxima Nova. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. I like it. I'm digging the Proxima Nova quite a bit. Okay. Let's do some voting here, you guys. Let's see. View. How do we hide? Show UI command. There we go. Let's zoom in. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna try to I'm in the way a little bit, so I'm gonna try to move myself out of the way. That's a little bit better, okay? What do we like out of these typography options? Do we like, okay? Who votes Sophia Pro? Okay, put it in the chat. Who likes Inter? Who likes Poppins? And who's digging the Proxima Nova? Okay, we got some votes for Poppins, some votes for Sophia Pro. Avenir next, we're not doing. I'm sorry, we have too many options already, but that's a great choice, Avernale. Poppins, we got another pot, so 3 Poppins, we got a couple Inters. Come on, folks, I need your votes. I need you right now. I love Inter. Oof, Mamadou, I trust you. You got great style, great taste, my friend. Some people saying Proxima Nova. I'm gonna start taking them out. Ooh, somebody else said Poppins again. I'm gonna go, ooh. Nobody's really saying Sophia Pro, so you know what? I'm gonna respect you guys. I'm gonna respect you. I'm gonna group it together. Goodbye, it's out. It didn't make the cut, okay? Now, what do you think now between the 3, okay? I see a lot of Proxima Nova, Inter, okay? Okay, I tell you what. I'm gonna make an ED, an executive decision. I'm taking Inter out of here because I just personally don't like it. Okay. Now you have 2 options. Which one will you take here? We got Poppins on the left, and you got Proxima Nova on the top right. Okay. Someone says P Nova, Poppins all the way. Poppins versus P Nova. What are we doing right now? Come on, everybody. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you like. I think everyone's kind of going with Proxima Nova. We're going to go Proxima Nova. All right, that's it. We made the decision. Congratulations. You have done it, folks. We are going to go with Proxima Nova for this style tile, okay? Now, we don't have to really worry about we don't have to really worry so much about typographic scale right now, but we do have to worry we don't have to worry about sizes of fonts right now, but what we really have to worry about, in my opinion, is typographic scale, okay, and showing how that scale all kind of fits and plays together. So for instance, you now want to do some lockups of how you might be using your typography, okay? So we're just going to make sure things are like aligned nicely. This one will say like, welcome to, I forget, what were we naming our site? We were naming it something. We had a name for it and I don't remember what it was. Come on, let's go over to freelance job website. Oh, I forget what we were calling it. Yeah, we were calling it something. That's okay. Welcome to JobWise. I don't know. Okay, so we're kind of just showing usages here. And then we want to, well, here's what we could do. Here's a really easy way to do it. We could do something like this, like headline 2. We'll call this like H3 subheadline. Boom. And we got body copy there. Okay, maybe we could do another headline. Whoa, yikes, up here. Good. Let's go 30 or 40 times 1.6, and we'll get H1 main headline like that. Stretch her out, looking nice. Okay, we'll just, whoa, put that way up above like that, okay? With that being said, we're now kind of dictating some primary stuff here. Boom, for our typography, like that. We're gonna lock it into place. And now let's do some examples of, we'll come back to typography. Let's play with a few other things, okay? We need to create probably, I don't know, just maybe we'll create a search bar, okay? It doesn't have to be the end all be all. Remember, this is not final designs, it's ideas. So we're gonna literally kind of like pull and make a little amalgamation of some of the search bars we've found, right? Remember we liked the filters. We like it being like overlaying something. So maybe let's make like some sort of overlaying image first, okay? Some sort of overlaying element. And maybe that will be like a person. So I'm just gonna hit R for rectangle, or actually let's do F for frame, because always use frames if you can. I'm going to fill it with a bit of a color so you can see it for now, okay? And then I'm gonna bring up my quick selector. I'm just hitting Command / in Figma. That brings up my kind of quick selector, and I can just bring up plugins from there. So I'm gonna bring up the Unsplash plugin, and I'm gonna look for, I don't know, I'm gonna look for something in here. Let's just do a little search, doing a little bit of art direction right now. Can we find anything for freelance? We can. Oh, this person looks happy. I like a happy smiley face person. So let's go. Let's just go with this happy smiley face person. Pop that person in, okay? And again, we won't do anything too crazy, but let's just do a little bit of treatment here. Okay, round the corners, a little bit of a drop shadow. Let's spread the drop shadow out, blur it up quite a bit, spread it in a little bit less, and take the opacity of it down. Okay, so we just have a little bit there. Let's go Y-axis, just drop our drop shadow down. Good, okay. Cool, maybe something like that. Maybe we'll put an overlay over it. Let's start using some color. Let's have some fun, okay? So look, I'm gonna grab my little element here. Did you know you can, if you hover over it, it's pretty slight, but there are little grabbable kind of areas here. They need a little grab, but when you hold down, you get the grab cursor. I feel like we need a little grab hand in Figma. Figma, come on, fix that for us. So we'll drag our color up above, okay? And we have some document colors that we're using with that selected. Why don't we just press I and we'll choose our green. Maybe we'll try our blue as our dominant color, okay? And now we can play with that blue. What do we want to do? Do we want to mess with a bit of overlay colors? Like, yeah, maybe we'll mess with the blue like that, or multiply it down a little bit. Maybe we'll do a little color burn. Maybe we'll do some screenage. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Let's go back to our blue color. We were using our blending modes. Okay, and maybe what we'll do is we'll just go, just go normal. We'll bring the opacity of it down a little bit, okay? Again, this is not actually what's going to happen, okay? But it might be the start of an example, right? Okay, so let's create ourselves a little bit of a search box. Let's do that. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna hit F for frame. That's right. I'm gonna hit F for frame. Boink. I'm gonna drag it out. And because it is a frame, it is stylable. I'm gonna fill it with white. And I'm just going to round the border, give it a little border radius around the corners just a little bit. Let's add a little bit of an effect, a drop shadow. You know what I'm about to do. I'm about to blur this thing out. I'm going to pick my blue actually. Let's pick a light blue like this and then bring it way down and neutralize it and then bring the opacity of it down, okay? Something like that, very subtle, very subtle. Almost, I like to keep my drop shadows at 10% or less, depending on the color, if I can. I just feel like it helps, okay? All right, so now we're just throwing in a little example of like a search bar here, right? We didn't do a great job, obviously, of kind of pulling in some of the other elements, but we'll get there. We'll get there. It'll be all right. What do we need inside of our search bar? Let's zoom in. We need, it's kind of like standard form fields with labels and placeholder text of some kind. I actually am digging the underlined kind of style for links and for other areas. And anything that's icon driven is usually a little bit better. But look, I see some drop down and some color here. Okay, let's try to do a little bit of iconography stuff if we can. Boom, boom, boom. Go back down. And again, what typography are we using? We're using Proxima Nova. That's what we decided on. I almost forgot already. All right, let's do something like this. We dropped it inside the frame, okay? And let's do something like, what are they searching for? What are they searching for? Type of work? Maybe type of work. Research, what would they search for here? Any sort of search boxes here on our examples? No, we're gonna be the only ones that include that search box up above the fold and really focus on it. So let's get back in there and see. Oh, we lost our search. Okay, let's just put that there as a placeholder for now. I'm gonna look at our examples again. Yeah, are you a freelancer? Are you a, what do we have in our wireframe? We had a checkbox, right? But I think we're gonna replace that with some filters. I think we need one of them to be I am a, and it'll be like a drop down that's either I am a freelancer or I am looking to hire a freelancer, okay? Yeah, that's probably what we need, the first one. So let's do something like that. And this frame is a little bit big. Let's drop the size of it down. So I am a, something like that, and close it up. I like what, okay. I am. That's much better, okay? And we'll come down here and we'll say a freelancer looking for work. Beautiful, okay? And we need to find a way to just designate them, okay? A little bit, like separate them. So the label is dark, the placeholder text is light. The label is dark, the placeholder text is light. See how if you're like confused even for a moment, you just take a moment, you go, what are other people doing? A little competitive set, a little research, okay? This is dark and it's bold, so let's go bold there. And it's a little bit bigger, so let's go up to something like an 18. And then we'll bring this down. And actually, instead of bringing it down, I like to just bring the opacity of things down a little bit, okay? I am a freelancer looking for work. Great, love this. Group that together, it's looking good. And let's put, yeah, let's do it. Let's steal the style because I'm into the style. Let's grab a color, like our light green color, and we'll just make sure that that's dropped behind. I'm gonna use Command and the bracket key just to drop it behind. Let's zoom in, okay? Boom, 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 boom. And let's just pump it up and go one bigger. Yeah, 2 is what we need, right? 2, it stops at the baseline, right? It's kind of fun, kind of a good color there. I think it works. Now what we need to do is create some separators in between because we're gonna have multiple fields here, right? And I think these are gonna end up being drop downs most likely. So why don't we just do like a nice chill line right here? Somebody pretty soon is gonna ask me, hey Jesse, why aren't you using auto layout, bro? Because I'm not really thinking about like extendable design styles right now. I'm thinking about getting some styles on the board, okay? I'm a freelancer looking for work, and what do we need to do? We need a possible drop down. So I'm just gonna do a little pen tool action, bink, bink, and bink, like this. Worst chevron of my life, but that's okay. Let's just round and round everything. Yeah, it should be rounded. Beautiful. Okay, and we need to round the little joins as well. Okay, and stretch that in, stretch that up. Doesn't need to be so big, does it? No, it does not. Now I'm going to group these two things together. Could put them in a frame or an auto layout. Heck, why don't we just do a really quick Shift A instead? Now it's in an auto layout, and we can affect any sort of spacing. We have our bounding boxes. I like to, here's a question people ask a lot of times. In Figma, if I'm going to use auto layout, the bounding boxes are there. What do I do? Do I manipulate the bounding boxes? I try to, as much as possible, work in a way that leaves the bounding boxes alone, respects them, because then I'm creating a system. I can talk to my engineers and say, hey, I'm working on what I would call kind of the loose grid, okay? And I'm working within the confines of the design, or the design tool, and I'm respecting the bounding boxes, okay? We'll talk about it more later, what that really means. But that means, do I come in here and try to line these up on like a pixel grid later on? Do I manipulate the space here like that? Yeah, it's up to you. Especially for something like this, if I'm just like concepting, I'm just gonna respect the bounding box. It makes life a whole lot easier, okay? So, we could do something like this. I don't love it. I'm not loving it right now, but we might have to put a little bit more work in off stream, you know, to get it where we want it to be. And again, we're just trying to create something that works. So I'm going to grab these, group them together. Let's do another one, evenly spaced. Okay. Let's see. I am either a freelancer looking for work or a hiring manager or something like that, or a client looking for a freelancer. The type of work is, and this can maybe be dynamic depending on which one you choose in the first box here. The type of work, let's put like some helper text here. It's like choose what type of work. Yeah, choose what type of work you're looking for. It's pretty big, so we might have to stretch out our thing just like that. Okay, I'm gonna move this closer to the end. Beautiful. I love it. Everything's working and looking all right. 39 from that side. Let's balance these a little bit, shall we? 37, 33. It should now be 35 and 35. Wonderful. We just want some even balance going on here. And 29. Ooh, we got to extend this box out a little bit. 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35. We're just stepping it out. Perfect. Because I want to be able to grab my element and see that's 35 pixels on all sides. Okay, now it's kind of even. Not the best. Okay, I acknowledge it. Let's stretch it out even more. Okay, bring it down here and do something like a little button inside of it. Okay, and for my button, you guessed it. Ooh, do we miss our, somehow we missed our little lineage. Let's take that. We want to keep our line in there. Oh, because we're in an auto layout. Messy, messy. Now to get it out of the auto layout, I'm going to have to group it together like this so that it's kind of like one piece. Okay, I'll move it behind. I'll just stretch it out. So there's always a way. Where there's a will, there is a way. I'm going to hit R. No, I'm not going to hit R. How dare you, Jesse? You just said don't use rectangle, use frames, and then you tried to do that. Okay, search. Boop. Okay, like that. Shift A for auto layout. Love it. Let's fill it with our fun green. Not saying it has to be, just saying it could be. Choose our selection colors. That's our text. Really bad contrast on that. Really bad contrast. That's okay. We'd come back and fix it later, okay? Select our frame here. And let's just, I like the spacing. Let's just give it a little bit more left and right. So like 30 on the left and right there. And we'll just move that over, okay? Yeah, that's really bad contrast. So maybe what we'll do is select that and fill it with kind of a darker green, okay? Okay, that could work. Don't love it. I'm gonna take my color palette and just scale. Can we just talk about how Figma has a scale tool? Praise for that, because I use the scale tool all the time to keep things in line. And other design tools don't have a scale tool, which just blows my mind. I don't understand it, okay? Okay, cool. So I'm gonna get rid of that and I'm gonna bring this over here and line it up. And let's make a couple other, couple other little elements here, okay? I'm gonna grab my button And why don't we come inside of here, bink, and just put a search button there, and instead put a like find out more. Okay, we're liking our component, right? Our button is working. So why don't we turn it into a component just for fun? Just for fun. It's okay. And then we'll create a variant off of it. This variant will be stroked with our green color, and it will not be filled. And then our text will also be the green color. Easy. And we'll bring the border of that up. Love that. Okay. So with that being said, let's move that out and off and open up. Ooh, come on. There it is. Okay. Let's go to our assets really quickly in our library. Oh, nope. Used in this file. There's, whoa, where are you? Where are you, my friend? Okay. We're going to get rid of that. Go back to our things here and okay. I'm just going to hit F for frame. Then we're going to start building a little component library in here. It doesn't have to be if you don't want it to. UI components. Boom. Now when we go back to our mood board, okay, we should actually be able to zoom in, go over to our assets panel here and drop down UI components. There's our button. We can drag one out. We can choose variant 2 for now. We're not naming them or doing anything special, but let's get inside here. And drag a little button there. Okay, now we can keep creating like other variants, or we could just kind of chill these out and play with them in here. Okay, so maybe this is a smaller button. This would be like your button's small. Come into our padding, just go 20 pixels on the side, and let's even bring the stroke down to 1.5 on that one. Okay, so we got like a smaller version. Let's get rid of this. Ooh, I like that. We're building a little card here. Okay. And why don't we go back to layers, boom, 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 just like that. Sorry, we're messing around a little bit with how things are spaced. And let's just grab all of these elements, just Shift A, auto layout, boom, pop them out of there. Whoa, where did they go? I don't know. There it is. There it is. Now we can mess with our padding up here in the top left and get some different nice spacing here. That's what we want. That is what we want. Beautiful. Okay. And yep, I like it. Okay. So we've created a little component there. Easy. Okay. What else do we need to create? Some other components here. We need, let's do some art direction. Okay. We kind of did a little bit in there, but why don't we just really quickly, oh, you know what? I really loved this style. I loved this style. So if we could get some people, if we could just get some people, we might, that could be a lot of fun, right? Okay, so let's see if we can get some people and do a little bit of art direction right now. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up Unsplash, maybe not actually. I'm gonna open up UI faces. Can we get some avatars of people? Yes, no, maybe so. Let's drag this over so you can see what I'm doing here. In UI faces, I'm just selecting who I want, what type of people. I want male, female, 18 through 40, all of it's good. Just apply an avatar. Just give me an avatar in here, okay? And then what we could have done was, we could have done 2 of them, okay? So let's grab 2 of them, apply, boom. We need, I like this one. This one's good. Let's do one more. Let's get a lady in here, but I need some space around her body. So let's just go female, boom. I need some space though. Oh, ooh, almost. Almost. Oh, you're sunk into like some bushes there. Can't everybody push out a little bit? Okay, maybe, is it my fault? Do these things need to be a little bit bigger? Maybe. Okay, let's try it one more time. A few more times here. Give me a person that is not, aha, perfect. Okay, so we found a person that has some area around them. Okay, I'm gonna run another plugin really quickly and see if this works. I'm gonna run the remove BG. Have you ever used removebackground.com? Okay, so I have, and they also have a really neat plugin inside of Figma. Let's see if it runs. Let's see if it opens up. I don't know if it will. Remove, oh, sorry, I gotta select a single element. So I select it there, boom, now we're running it. Set the API key first. Ah, this is so horrible. Okay, let's just export these out really quick and I'll show you how to do it on the web. I'm gonna put these on the desktop. I'm gonna go over here. I'm going to type remove beat.bg. Okay. I don't know if you've ever used this tool. It's pretty fantastic. It's free. You get low res images from it. I'm going to grab both of my images, drag them in, and it should pop. Yes, it should remove the background. Beautiful. Okay, like download that. Let's do another one. I don't know why I didn't do the guy. Let's do the guy now. Come on. Oh, you got it. Download it. Beautiful. Okay, I love this. Okay, this totally worked. Okay, let's go back to Figma. Okay, we don't need you anymore. Bye-bye. But what we could do is why don't we just fill you? Fill you with a color, like our fun green color. Okay, and let's do another one. Let's fill you with our fun blue color. Is that our blue? That's not our blue. Oh, ooh, I kind of like that blue better. It's a little bit more punchy. That's okay. Let's use the blue. Some of these blues that we are using. I'm starting to doubt my color palette. I'll tell you what. That's okay. Hey, let it be known that if I was doing this in real life, I would not be on the clock. We're an hour and 40 minutes into this. I would spend hours doing this, like legit hours, and then not answering questions and having my beautiful wife come in and get photo stuff. It would be like a long process. So this is a very fast-forwarded version of the process, okay? I'm gonna drag these down, okay? And in my downloads folder, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come into my downloads folder where I have my peeps. I'm gonna drag them on, bink, PNGs. Beautiful, look at that. And him, boink, just like that, okay? I'm gonna drag them up into the spot. And really they should be in frames. That's okay, we'll just group them together this time. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite, but I am just saying that that could be good. Okay, with that being said, what did our, these colors are way more fun. We're gonna have to pull a way more fun color palette. Or maybe we don't even have to stick to, those kinds of color palettes. I'm gonna open up a little plugin that I run on my computer called Color Snapper. Oh yes, we don't have time to do this. I haven't set it up on my new computer, but you should be able to hit, nah, I can't get it. That's okay. Okay, so it's kind of like some people and they're off-centered and they have some text inside. That's all you need to know. So why don't we grab our guy here, kind of off-center him. Whoop. And let's talk about our group. Here's another thing you can't do inside of a group. You can't cut off anything that overlaps, right? So that's a real bummer. Let's take him out of the group. Forget this. Give me this. Frame action. Boink. Like that. What are we going to fill our frame with? A fun color like this fun green to be cool, like the cool kids do. Okay. Now you can see when I select the frame is another reason. See how it says clip content? Yeah, we can't do that. Right now, I can overlap him and it'll clip the content. Let's have some fun. I don't know, maybe this will work, maybe this won't. I'm gonna grab my image, bring the saturation of it down, and just bring a little bit of exposure, contrast up. Maybe we try some black and white stuff. That could be fun, right? Yeah, I think that could be pretty cool. Let's do another one like this. And what is the background gonna be? Let's pull one of the other colors, kind of fun colors. That's an orangey color, love that, love that. We are going to replace our guy with our girl, and we got to do the same thing for her. Bink, and bring this saturation down, a little bit of exposure, a little bit of contrast, really, really fun style. Okay. Ooh, she's a little bit big, so we're gonna bring her down like that. Okay, and she obviously her shoulder's missing and stuff like that. We would fix it. We would fix that. Okay. So let's just come into our frame though. Let's add some text. And doesn't have to be so much. Like this. And just bring the size of this down. Yeah, it could be a small little statement like this. And this could say, yeah, fine UI UX jobs, that's fine. I don't hate it. We got some content work we need to do though, don't we? We sure do. Okay, let's just group these together. Bring that down like that. Boink, boink. Bring those up, and let's make both of these white so they just punch a little bit more. Okay, fun. We'll grab both of these. Let's just bring a little bit of that. And we have been kind of creating this drop shadow styling that I just want to keep really quickly. So let's just, here's a drop shadow. I'm creating a style effect, okay? That we're gonna grab onto these. Hopefully we'll be able to put effects and drop shadow. Blink, and we should get a little bit of drop shadow. I think we got it. Yeah, we got it. Let's come over here and paste that into place, and we'll just say find marketing jobs. What would really help there was if I had it in auto layout. Find digital marketing jobs. Okay, cool. So that's a little style there. That's kind of fun. What else could we put into here, into our style tile? I don't know. We could put lots of stuff in here, but what's one last thing that we really need? Process, yes. How about some floating elements? Some like let's create some little components that are kind of floating around. I'm gonna steal the style from my text input or my search bar thing that I had here. Oh, and we really like our little underline style, don't we? I like it. So I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna come in somewhere like here and group those together. Ping. And just drop it behind. And let's pump it up on a bigger headline. Let's make it like a 3. Okay, kind of good. We're getting somewhere with that. I'm kind of into it. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah. Reusing styles is always a good thing. Always a good thing. Okay, here would be a fun thing. Let's just do it like an organic shape because we've talked about them, but we don't really have any. So let's just pen tool, ugliest organic shape that I've ever made in my life. Like a neutral organic shape, okay? So let's do fill that, remove the stroke. What do we want to fill it with? Let's go with our green, but then neutralize it a whole bunch. Lighten it up, okay? And we just want to make sure that it is actually inside. Oh, not inside that frame. Come on, friends. Get on that artboard. Get on that frame, okay? Drag it down, drag it over a little bit, like that, and just drop it behind. Okay, fun. Again, this is not the end-all be-all. It doesn't have to be this. Ooh, I don't like that color though. It looks like washed out baby puke. Let's just neutralize it a little bit more, okay? To be kind of a neutral, so we can kind of see some of these things stacking up, which could be fun after we make them, okay? Let's go, think like this. I really liked our mini button that we were making. So let's go UI/UX design jobs. How about like 143? Yeah. Choose from a number of great projects. Just filler text for now, you know, and then we'll come into that frame, paste that guy there. Find jobs. See postings. See listings. See listings. Let's do that. Okay. All right. So we'll just pop that over to the side. Good. We have a little bit of a little component, right? Let's just drag another one down. We'll put it about 16 pixels away. Duplicate it like that. Let's do 293 marketing jobs. Love that. Okay, now what we need to do is, though, we need to go into our thing, select our line, and just drag it all the way out a little bit. So it's always just kind of popping. It's always hinting. Let's just drag these out a little bit like that. 239 marketing jobs. Let's do 1,023 graphic design jobs like that. Take our line, extend it out. Something like that, okay? I'm gonna close it all up. One of my favorite little hotkeys, I don't know if you guys do this, is just Option L. It just collapses all of my layers. I cannot tell you how much my OCD just fires off when there's just layers upon layers open, okay? All right, so we got some stuff here like that. Let's just put one more in there. We're kind of just fill in the space. We're filling the space with stuff. Okay, like that. Digging that. Not liking this blue. That's okay. We can put this headline here with a H3 sub headline and come into our frame. Paste that there. Make it white. Right? And then, oh, we can add like one of our hand-drawn element type deals here, okay? So let's do, line it up with our search bar there. Okay, it's really bad contrast. We got to maybe come back and fix this, but we could say something like find freelance whoop, jobs that you'll actually love. I don't know, that's a horrible text and it's all stacked up on each other. So let's just do 64 here. We're just matching our bit of our spacing for our typography. All right, you guys doing all right out there? Okay, cool. Jesse brought your complete, oh, Psycho bought my complete freelancer setup yesterday. It's amazing. I also love my website redesign. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks for being so awesome. Okay, let's drop this down to a regular and just say, join a network of over 40,000 freelancers that, gosh, I can't type today, that are finding work they love and making a great living. Could that be more generic text? No, it could not, is the answer to that. All right, folks. Okay, cool. So we'll just do something like that. But let's do, I'm fixing this right now. I'm so over this. I hate it. You make something and then you hate what you made. And so it needs to be fixed right now. Multiply. That's a little bit better. Okay. What if we found a different color that we actually love? How about our green? Do we love our green? Oh, maybe we love our green. And maybe we're doing this the wrong way. Maybe this needs to be our blue color. A fun blue color? I don't know. Let's just leave that as it is. But let's do another one. Copy, paste another version of this on top. This one, we will take away the multiply. We'll bring down, there we go. It's a little bit, you could see her. You could see her, right? But she's not the end all be all. Let's also crop her in and do a little bit better art direction so you can actually kind of see her face like that. That's what we need, okay? That's a little bit better, a little bit more legible. Still don't love it. Still kind of not loving it at all. But our client might be able to see the direction that we're headed here, okay? The last thing we want to do is just let's add a little, and we'll be done because we're kind of droning on a little bit. I'm gonna hit P for pen tool. I'm gonna draw a little hand-drawn kind of element around freelance, something like that. It's really ugly, that's okay. Let's make it bigger, and we need a fun color. Maybe it's the blue, maybe it's the yellow. Maybe. Drag that up, make it look like a fun marker kind of thing. Let's round our edges, obviously. Find freelance jobs that you actually love. Yay! Okay, so this is one, okay? This is one style tile out of what should or could possibly be many, okay? What we've created is just some styles for our clients to think about, really, right? So we have created some color palettes we went and found. We've picked some typography. We've kind of implemented some user interface components. We're creating little styles, right? Like underlines under text. We have some button styles, some image treatments, right? We have kind of like a main hero image. This is, and I would go into a presentation with a client and say, okay, I'll probably include 2 of these, okay, 2 style tiles, and I'll say, here's some directions we feel like we're headed. These are not final designs, but these are directions before we actually start designing. And I would tell the client, right, we've done our research, we've done our market study and our competitive study, like research. We found what's out there in the market. We have created some initial wireframes, okay? We kind of know what the structure and the layout of the site is going to be. Now what you should be able to do is, what we could do is something like this, right? We can go, okay, now what we need you to be able to do in one presentation, okay, we'd want to be able to say something like, hey, we want you to picture or envision like this style being applied to a wireframe such as this, okay? So, right, we have our wireframe. You can see we're talking about like people, like with maybe floating elements. Here's some example of floating elements. Here's some headline treatments, maybe with some kind of like natural organic kind of like marker styles or underline styles. You can see we had an overlapping search bar. Here's an example of how that search bar might look, right, as we bring the things together. We didn't even do social proof. So maybe we would have had some headlines in here. Like here, let's just go really quickly. I'll go to my website and grab some. They don't need to be fancy schmancy or something. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm gonna grab some social proofs. Voop. I'm just gonna grab these, right? Maybe we would smack these in there like that. Okay. Whoop, bring them down. Okay, great. Now you have some social proof on there. Okay, so you can see we have some social proof. We have some examples of cards and image treatments and maybe the way we'll do reviews and so on and so forth. But this is a direction that we're headed, Mr. or Mrs. Client. And here's the other style tile, the other direction we might head. What do you think about this? Let's get some iteration going and brainstorming, but now we have a clear direction, okay? This is not final design, but it could be, right? It's on the way. It's on the road to getting to where we want to be, okay? We created some interface components and buttons, some elements, some lockups of text, and maybe even some examples of different elements in our design. So, you know, for a client, you might create 1 or 2 of these. Maybe 3 if you're feeling spicy and you want to give them a lot of options. I'd stick with 2, but really kind of geared towards that direction you want to head. And then from there, we're going to start building our visual design. Now today is going to be a little bit of that rough draft. We're going to go in and, like I said, build a few of those sections. We're going to start kind of creating a bit of a visual style today. If you haven't already, make sure you like, subscribe, hit the bell notification icon so you know when another video like this one comes out. But today we are going to be building a little bit of that beginnings of the visual kind of structure and style that we'll be reusing. Now, we might continue to go off of what we have here in the style tile. We'll try to honor it for the most part, but we also want to give ourselves a little bit of freedom to play here, okay? Because we're doing this so quickly and we're not really necessarily like really dialed in and committed to the style tile. We'll give ourselves a little bit of freedom, and that's okay, all right? But if you're doing with this client, you're probably doing this with a client, you probably want to stick to what you've shown them. What else do I have? All right, I have the starts to a visual design board. I've basically pulled in a bunch of images that I might use for that big hero image. Okay, some fun people that might work well. And I've removed the background from some of them. Now, a really easy way to do that is to take a selection like this one and then use a plugin called Remove Background, and all you got to do is set it up, get your API key thing. I got to set the API key. I don't have it here on my laptop. I did it over on my PC earlier to get these, but or you could take these images and head out to remove.bg and it'll just smack the background right out of them. So I have some resources to use there. I also have that library we've established. We established this way back in video 1 or 2, I think, right? I think we're on video 4 or 5 now. So I looked at these colors and I was like, oh, that's right. I really liked this color palette that we set up here. So that's what I went ahead and went back into my mood board and updated some of my colors with, is using these colors in the library. I've also updated everything in my library. So you can see I actually have some of these headlines, headline 1, 2, 3, a little body copy. And I took all of those colors, all of my colors as well as my neutrals down there, and then I have placed them into my color style so I can reuse those as well, okay? I see a lot of you joining me in the Figma file. That's really fun. Really excited that you're here. So with all that being said, now we have everything we need to move into visual design. Let's hop to it, all right? So, okay, again, we have that artboard open. Really quickly before I start, I'm gonna take a sip of my Legend Spicy Nootropic Ginger Drink. It's my favorite. Nootropics are just there to make your brain work, make the old brain work the right way. All right, so I'm just moving a few things around, making sure I got the chat. Feel free to ask questions at any time, right? And I would ask that you know, just be respectful inside of the Figma file, and don't distract me while I'm working, because I am about to work. Please be in there, check things out, watch if you want on a screen, but you know, just be careful, just be respectful. All right, why don't we set up, here's what I'm going to do actually, because I just like to work side by side. I'm going to grab my wireframe. I'm just going to paste this in there. These images we have are very, very large to work with, which is nice. This image is like 4,000 by 2,000 pixels. It's really, really big. It's pretty decent size, okay? And you can see our artboard over here looks manini. That's small or tiny in Hawaiian lingo. So, all right, I'm going to press A for artboard. I'm going to hit desktop over here. I'm just going to choose a normal desktop that's 1440 by 1024. Love, Jesse. Woo! Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. And I'm just going to move these over and into place. Now we know that our artboard is going to stretch, so why don't we stretch it right now? And the first thing we should probably do is set up a little bit of a grid and a layout system, okay? So here's how I like to do it. This is not the way you have to do it, but I'm just going to draw a rectangle, and I'm going to choose a size that I want. Like maybe, so let's try 1200, okay? That's kind of representing our containing element that would run down the page. We see this, okay? So the containing element that runs down the page, all right? Now, from here, we want to select our artboard. Let's call this our job website, okay, artboard. And I'm going to turn on my layout grids, okay? When I do that, I get some options. I get either grid, or I can come inside there and I can choose columns or rows. I'm going to choose columns. I prefer a 12 column layout for a website, okay? So I'm going to change this number to 12 and you'll see 12 columns happen. Now, right now, our layout grid is stretching, right? That might work for you. Now, here's, it might work for you if that's what you're into, okay? And what that can mean is, as our artboard stretches, so goes our our grid, okay? That's one thing you can do. Let's really quickly, let's hide. I'll show you a little trick if you want to get spicy, okay? What you can do is draw a frame inside instead, okay? And then you can tighten it to our shape. And then let's get the shape out of there. We don't need this, but we can call this our grid, okay? Lead that to the top. And then we could turn the the grid inside of this. We should be able to turn a layout grid on and choose columns, 12 columns, and now it stretches out, right? Now we can move this frame around and it has a responsive grid inside of it, right? This is actually really, really great workflow if later on you're gonna do the mobile and then like a smaller kind of like tablet size. Like maybe we'd be over here later on and we'd say, hey, we wanna make sure that this stretches. Now the only thing you'd wanna do is you wanna make sure that it stretches to the left and the right. Now, when we stretch, so does our grid as well. I like this approach. Let's do this approach today. I don't usually do that, but let's have fun with it. We're selecting the frame, right? And we're making sure that its constraints are set to left and right. So it's stretchy. When the master or parent container stretches, so will the actual like grid itself. Now, if you don't like that, you can set it to the constraints of this thing to be center instead, if you'd like to. And that's another way to do it. All right, but this is a really simple way. Let's just smack that grid on there and let's just drag it down. The only thing you need to know here is that at that point, you probably need to lock your grid so you don't mess with it, right? So we can play with it like that. So you know what? I'm actually, just for fun, I'm gonna get that out of there just because I don't I don't want it right now. It's going to cause maybe a lot of on and off. And I like this. I like being able to select my artboard and hit Control G and turn my layout guide on and off like so. So let's edit our layout guide a little bit. I'm going to do that thing again that I did before. Let's do something like 11. Let's do like 1180. Okay. So I'm just changing the width of my rectangle. I'm centering it. I'm coming back in and editing my grid. And literally at this point, I don't want to stretch. I want to center the grid, okay? And then we're going to change the width to match like the size we want, right? And again, we could be here and then change our rectangle. That's our containing element, whatever you want. I'm going to do 1180. That's a nice thing. 20 pixel gutters, right? 80 pixel width grids or columns, right? Perfect with a 12 count. Beautiful, just like that. Okay, now I can get rid of this and I can just hit Command G on or off. I'm just showing you multiple ways to set up your grids inside of your projects, okay? You do it however you feel comfortable doing it. Maybe you like that responsive workflow. There's gonna be things that apply to it later on down the road, but for now, right, maybe you just like a simple column grid inside of here. We could do rows, we'll talk about that later, but right now we have a little bit of our our setup. That's our artboard setup, okay? Let's do this. I found actually a couple of resources in the Figma community. I found this one called Open Logo, okay? And this is by Nathan Covert. Give him props for making a bunch of open source free logos that you could use. And they're kind of meant as placeholders inside of your projects, right? Not to be used or sold. And then we also have this other one called Better Logos. It's a community file. It has a bunch of social media, companies, different logos. We're going to use that for our social proof later on. So if you want to hunt those down, Better Logos, Open Logo, you can find those, okay? I really like this wave. So I'm kind of vibing with the wave. I'm going to copy it and just bring it in as exactly what it's supposed to be as a placeholder. Command C over there, Command V. I'm going to pop this in and I'm going to use one of my colors. Why don't we just pick our kind of bluish color? And that'll be the start to our website. Like, ooh, wow, like amazing, right? We're building a website. Okay. All right. From here, let's just fast forward and like make our lives a little bit easier. I'm going to go back to my mood board. Okay. And I'm going to grab a few things. Like I'm going to grab this text lockup, this little hand-drawn thing here. And I'm going to head back over into my visual design. Whoop, and I'm going to pop that in. Now my text is definitely white here. So let's choose a color and we are going to, we should be able to use a color. Where's our color? Like this. And let's pick, we have this kind of blackish color. It's actually called Midnight. Okay. And right there. Yeah. So we have this kind of darker color called Midnight. That works well. We're just kind of butt that up onto our grid like so. Now let's bring in one of secret. You better be nice out there. You're distracting me. I'm going to kick you off my Figma file if you don't be nice. Stop distracting me. All right. I have this picture. I kind of like, all of them are really, really cool. We should play with all of them because they're really, really cool images. Here's the vibe you could tell I was looking for, right? I'm looking for a happy person. Okay. I prefer some like a smile. I want them to look like a freelancer and maybe they're interacting and pointing at something. This is just a good start for us. Okay. So I like a lot of these. Any of these could be used. This one's a little bit tougher because it's so low. Right. And there's also some different like debris in the way, like books and a desk and stuff like that. So I prefer something like this. When I use that run background plugin on it, it cut it out perfectly. Or one of these, right? Now I really like her. She's super happy, super stylish. She's got a cool vibe going on, but I kind of prefer something that maybe it just looks a little bit more like, a freelancer. Now she has a cool vibe as well. I like that. I really liked this one. It's really, really cool actually. And she's pointing. So this, I might have to figure out my API key and run this really quickly because I really, really like that one. This one's fun, but keep in mind, lighting is going to be a big factor. Now we're talking art direction, right? Lighting is a big factor. All right. So when we put a design into a website, the lighting has to kind of match, right? And if the lighting is very, very, like ambient, very different, it has like a weird glow to it, that's a certain vibe. Our whole website kind of has to match it. And so that's why I like to try to stick with things that look a little bit more like natural light or studio light, in my opinion, tends to, excuse me, look a little bit better inside of hero sections of websites. So I'm going to take my model. Let's start with this model, okay, and bring this model in really, really big, obviously, right? Okay, so let's just kind of shrink it down and put it into place there. Excellent. I'm gonna zoom in even more, okay, so we can see our kind of our wireframe coming to life here a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna actually just click on the image here, and I'm not gonna fill, but I'm gonna crop, and that'll allow me just to pull this section down and kind of hug the edges of my image a little bit, okay, because we don't need all that extra headspace. We really don't. All right, with that being said, really quickly, I'm just gonna zoom out. I'm just going to do a rectangle really quickly. And I know a lot of times I'm like, hey, only use frames for things. But in this case, I would say maybe a rectangle is a good call because all we're going to be doing with it is doing a little vibing with some colors. All right. So with that being said, let's just make sure that our rectangle is behind everything. It should be. I'm going to turn off our grid. Okay. We have this kind of dark gray rectangle. Is it behind everything? It sure is, okay? It's just a really yucky color. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something like, maybe we'll come in, let's change the fill to a linear gradient, okay? At the bottom, let's do, what do we have in document colors here? Something like, is that our blue? Local colors, here's our blue, okay? And we'll do like a light version of the blue. And at the top, we'll do that same light version of the blue, except we're gonna bring the opacity of that down, like a lot. And then we're gonna bring the opacity of the whole thing down, right? It's at 100%. We just want it to be really subtle, okay? Just really subtle so far, all right? And I promise it's gonna work out. Let's just grab these elements, pop them up here, turn our grid back on, and now we can kind of start manipulating our figure, right? Our character that's there. Okay, that's all looking kind of cool. Now, let's do a little bit more. We need a little bit more visual interest, I feel like. And we're starting to establish styles, actually, which is kind of cool. We haven't even built the navigation or any of that kind of stuff. Really quickly, as we're going, let me know what you think we should name our freelance website. I think we had some cool names, okay? Yep. Oh, somebody said, Graham says, you can hide multiplayer cursors. Ooh, how do I do that, Graham? I do view, hide multi, you know, we can always just do this. Hide, ooh, where's cursors at? No, I can't find it. Show multiplayer cursors or hide. It says right now they're hidden. I don't know, we'll see. All right, I'm gonna add a little bit more visual style here. I'm gonna hit O for an oval or an ellipse there. Again, let's make that the same color, and then let's add a little effect to it this time. Let's turn on something like, maybe like layer blur, and let's just blur this thing out. Okay, something like that, make it really big. And when we make it bigger, we're gonna have to blur it more. Blur it out like that, and then we can bring the opacity of it way down. Let's shove it up here in the corner. Boom, boom, boom. Bring it around in the back of everything. Yeah, just a little bit of visual interest. It's still a little bit bright for my taste. Let's go all the way down and just bring it up a little bit like that. It's like 20%, 22%, something like that. We can add another one of these somewhere over here, okay? And we'll just make sure that it's in, whoop, and kind of tucked behind. Okay, now we have kind of like that cool kind of fading gradient kind of spot treatment. It's not really like a mesh gradient, but it's kind of working, okay? Why don't we got some names here. Freelancer. Okay, we could call it Freelancer. What's up to Toscas, who's watching this on Twitch? What's up to Mr. Miro and Sala and Adil? Thanks for joining. Somebody said, nice trick with the grid. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we're gonna do a few more things. We'll stop and take some questions here, but let's get this cooking a little bit. I'm gonna take my text here, copy and paste it a little bit. What do we call it? Somebody said Freelancer. I think there's already a site called Freelancer. What about free work, Freebird, like the song, sing Freebird. I love it. Okay, that could work, right? It's a fancy name. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but here we go. Drag that down like so. Okay, show multi. Yeah, multi cursors are hidden. There we go. Bye bye. That was Graham. That was it. It said show, but for some reason I had to press it to hide it. Okay, so with that being done, I'm going to, let's make this a little more of a semi-bold, and let's, just because it's a logo, let's play with the character spacing, and that'll just kind of set it apart and make it a little bit differently. Semi-bold still a little bit, how about, yeah, I like medium. Let's go medium. Okay, it's tiny. It's like 30. It's not actually that tiny. Let's do something like 26. Bring it down. That makes me feel like this should probably get brought down a little bit. We're not doing a branding video today, but we are trying to just make something real quick. Okay, with that being said, boom. We have our branding called Freebird. That's what we're naming it, okay? Adil says, how do you join the Figma file? There should be a link down in the description. Jump on in. I've hidden all cursors, so we should have no problems, although I might need to turn sharing back on. Anyone with the link can view. All right, you can jump back in because you can't mess me up now and distract me. All right, let's take the same piece of text, paste it. Whoa, where'd you go? Right down here. We'll build a little bit of a navigation here in a minute. So yeah, freelancers. We're gonna have to fix this though, because we had this crazy character spacing, and then we might as well start implementing a little bit of body copy. So it's either, that's pretty small. I think we have our body copy at 18. Let's check it out. It's actually 16. Let's go in and edit this actually a little bit and make our body copy 18. Does that work? That could work. Let's, you know, there's always a debate, right? Do you want your navigation elements or your links up at the top to be the body copy size, or should they be a little bit bigger? We'll start here and we'll play with it and we will see, okay? So let's take that. I'm going to, yep, just like so. And yeah, that could work. And then what I'll do is press Shift A, right? And it kind of turns it into a button that will expand. I know you're like, why would you do that? Because then I can do this right here and take both of them and press Shift A. That's turning on auto layout. So when one of them expands, the other one expands as well. Okay. What's okay? We have freelancers. We have find a freelancer. Okay. This one is find a client, like that. Love that. Okay. Love these. And then we'll just do another one. Let's see. Let's do a blog. Why wouldn't we do a blog? Okay. Let's do something like that. Let's just center the whole thing in the middle. Ooh, I don't do a lot of these centered navigations like that. Maybe that could be fun. Let's head back over to our mood board. Let's snag this search bar really quickly. Again, it may not be final. It may be final. We don't know. We're playing right now. We're exploring visually. We're centering the whole thing. We're kind of overhanging it. Oh my gosh, it's starting to look like a website just a little bit, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to turn back on my grids here. And if we're going to have it here, we might as well just honor some rules that we're kind of setting in place. But it also has a little button inside, which is kind of nice, right? Let's turn it off. That's Control G for me on my keyboard. Let's go in here and let's select a color that actually works more. We're using more of this kind of minty green. Wow, this is kind of minty as well. Interesting. Okay, we'll just use whatever we're gonna call it. Foresty minty green. I don't know, dark minty green. What do we call that color? We called it Aurora Dark, I think. Okay. All right. We have to start asking ourselves some questions though. Like what? And the question I feel like I need to ask is, what's the call to action color here? What's the main primary action? Is it this blue? Do we want it to be the blue? If so, we have to really make sure that we don't overuse the blue, right? And really save it for primary actions. For instance, maybe we want our button to be green instead. Does that pop a little bit more? Does it stand out? Do we want to use that, or do we want to do something a little bit more like a yellow or like this gold color we have? Or we could go to like the pink. The pink actually pops. Things pop in pink, I think, right? What would life look like if we replaced that with a little bit of pink and blue? I don't know. Now we're playing, but we're getting a little too far away from the original scope, from the original mood board, right? So we want to kind of stick with what we have here. All right. Because of that, let's stick with what we have, okay? And maybe we just need to reverse order the way that we use things. Maybe green needs to be there, and maybe our blue color needs to be there. Do we like the darker blue or the lighter blue? Kind of digging the lighter version of it a little bit, okay? With that being said, we should have, I think, we have a UI component that we built, right? So let's drag that in. That's a button, okay? And it should have variants to it. So let's just drag it over. It's a really big button, okay? So we might need to go to our, where did you go? To our library and see that we have a button that has multiple variants, okay? Now, what do we have in our multiple variants here? We have default, and this one's called variant 2. We could rename this to be outlined, okay? Outlined, boom. And maybe it's large and it's outlined. So we can create multiple variants and properties inside of here. Let's call this one filled, okay? And this whole thing is this property 1, this frame 4 should be called button, like that, okay? Now when we go back to our visual design, we can see that it's called button right here, okay? And that it has either the filled or outlined state there, okay? So that's good. You can call those whatever you want. This is actually, and we don't got time to do this today, but this is actually the start to building your own personal little design system, or at least a pattern library, right? Okay. So maybe, and again, this may not be the best way, but we could call this one filled. And if you want to add a new property to it, you can actually double click inside of here and you can see what that looks like. Property 1 equals filled, okay? We can call this one style equals filled. And we just need to make sure we rename the other one called style equal outline, okay? And we can add another one on there if we want to. we can say, comma, size equals large. Okay, so for both of these. So it's outlined and it's large. Okay, and you're like, why are you doing that? Well, because now we can choose large or small, outlined or filled, right? Okay, so let's create another variant of this, whoop, like that. And we want to say, let's add a new size here. This is going to be small. See what I'm doing there? All right, so how do we make our small button? Well, all we have to do is shrink it down just a little bit like this. And if the text inside is 18, drop it down to something like 16. Boom, like that, okay? Now we have a filled small button, okay? And then we can create a new variant based off that one. And this one will be your outlined, okay, small version. So what do? We had, what was the style on this guy back here? This guy was it was outlined with a 2 pixel stroke, okay? So boom, boom, take that, just like that, pop that in and remove the inside. And of course, our text becomes that color as well. Okay, you're like, well, that was a lot of work. What do we, like a lot of work for little buttons? Well, now we can choose. We can say, hey, do we want this to be filled, right? Or let's just scroll up so you can see, do we want it filled or outlined? Do we want it to be large or small? Oh, wow, the component system is very, very nice. Okay, so we could do something here like sign up. Okay, that's 2 words. Let's go sign up like that. And, you know, we're really talking like primary action should be, and let's get rid of this button actually in here. We need to do another one of our actual component buttons inside here, don't we? We don't want to be using random things. Let's get you in here. There we go. And let's make sure we use the large filled. Okay, now again, we could later on, we could do another property inside of here that says, you know, large filled color, right? Maybe we want to be able to have green or blue. That could be nice. I like that idea. But let's do one of these deals over here. So we're just going to pink, make one, copy, paste, pop it in. This one will be a log in button. And let's start. We're still kind of building here, and we're not going to get too far today. I can already tell you that. It's okay, because I want to start keeping these streams under an hour and 20 minutes, right? Or right around that time. So we got to leave time for reviews at the end, portfolio and work reviews. All right. All right. I'm just going to bring some different icons in here, and we'll replace them later, but we ain't got time today. So I'm going to hit crop, right? I'm just going to drag that down. Beautiful. Bring up my grid, stack it all the way to the left, do another one over here, and then just drag the other ones up. Okay. And yeah, we'll space them out. We'll line them up, and then we will just center them. They don't have to be perfect. It's okay. All that works great. Okay. Now you'll notice that our whatchamacallit, our shape is drifting down. See that? Into our bottom area. Now I kind of like that, but we might keep that. But what I need to do really quickly is just multiply these through so we can see it. Okay. So we don't get that weird white box. I kind of dig that it's like the search box is breaking the plane. And by the way, this is an awful search box. I'm going to fix this search box 100%. But I like that the search box is breaking the plane, but some of our colors are too. I'm trying to figure out, there's got to be some ways, because we have kind of a squiggly or a wavy kind of logo, and we have some hand-drawn assets. Let's start talking about the types of assets we might get going in here to kind of make this a little bit more fun. Okay, definitely some cards, some logos, a few things like that, but definitely some shapes. So let's start with a shape really quickly, shall we? I'm gonna hit P for pen tool. I'm just gonna do a little bit of a wave like this, and I'm gonna match it up with a wave like that. Okay, let's choose our color. We'll go with the blue, and then let's stretch it up, make it 2 pixels, and let's just make sure that it's round on the edges. Okay. With that being said, we have a little line here. Don't freak out. Don't panic. I'm not keeping it like that. But I am going to duplicate it and bring it down below. About 12, 14 pixels away from the first one. Let's go 14. And now we should be able to duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. I'm holding Command and hitting D. It might be Control if you're on a PC. It's up to you. I'm going to group that together. And now we have kind of like a wavy element. Look, there are little Freebird waves we're kind of imitating a little bit, right? Okay. Let's bring this up and just shrink that down. And let's hit K and scale instead so we don't get these giant strokes. Okay, that's kind of fun. I'm liking that. Let's do a shape like an oval. You know what we could do? Let's bring our ellipse back. Boom, boom. Let's do another one. And yeah, they've got a little oval going on there. But what's the... Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to remove the layer blur there. And just do something like this. We need to add a little bit of color in here though. Unless we want to, yeah, we need to add a little color. So let's go with this light green color. Or maybe a little bit more like that. Okay, and we don't want this to be so big. And I feel like, again, we want to be really selective probably with our blue and our green. So we might instead, again, I'm just playing. If you're like, oh my gosh, this guy's all over the place. I'm just playing right now. Just have fun. Just experiment. I like the yellow. Do we want the darker yellow? Let's do that. Let's make this really small. Let's tuck this behind her. That's a fun little shape. Okay, I like it. I'm gonna Command C, Command V. Well, let's add a little card of some kind, shall we? Okay, we got kind of a style going on here with our frame. So let's just come in to here, bink, like this. Okay, we have another search box here that we want to get rid of all the stuff inside of. We don't need all the stuff. We just need the box that has that pre-made shadow on it, don't we? Love it. Okay, so what I like about this is the top has kind of this light, kind of neutral blue. I don't know if you could see it on your screen. It's there. It's a thing. Okay, but when we put something like this frame, where did it go? Let's lock her because we don't want to mess with her anymore. Let's bring this up above. Like we put this box here that has just a little touch of drop shadow. It stands out, right? It comes off that back just a little bit, not a lot. Let's like tuck that actually behind our model like that, and let's go find something. Okay, maybe you can get a job with Patreon. Okay. Maybe that's somebody who's hiring here. Okay, I'm gonna hit okay, whoop, and just shrink that down, and then let's just even this out. We'll make this 120 by 120, a nice square with our Patreon thing in the middle. Okay, take the whole thing. Let's just make it a little smaller. It doesn't need to be so big, right? Okay, maybe it hangs off over here on this side. Now, you got to be careful because I'm not digging the colors that are popping inside of my thing. So maybe we need to do them in gray. I don't know. Let's play. Let's play and see. Okay, I'm going to go back to my mood board. I'm going to grab one of these other little card things that I made. Jump back over here. I'm going to hide this for now because I'm not loving it. Okay, this is an interesting thing, right? Like as you build little collages like this and hero images, you are artistically playing a little bit, and that can be a good thing. But you have to explore and make sure that they're the right selections for the job. All right. So with that being said, let's see if we have our button. It's our outlined small button. See how I did that? Like before, that button that I put in there, I had like smacked it together and customized it. Well, now I'm bringing consistency even into my interface, okay? Which is actually really, really nice. Oh my gosh, let's bring this card down. Let's bring this thing over. Again, let's get this little line and make it our green, something like that. And now let's play with this card. Okay, we're gonna grab the frame and just take, this is where that spacing comes into play. Let's just take that up a little bit and hit the baseline with our text. And we're just creating like a little mini kind of job card, okay? Let's make sure that everything is lining up on the left-hand edge, like so. Boom, boom. This could be like a little version of a job card. Now, we don't have to keep it as big, right? Once we have it kind of designed, we could shrink it down, because we're really just creating elements, right? Maybe, ooh, that could go great back there. Just tuck it behind her head. Boom, boom, boom. And should our circle go over it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Where's our little yellow guy? Bink, that goes over it. Okay, we should put all of these directly behind our model in our layers panel so that people can actually see them, right? Okay, I like putting the card with a shape behind it. There's a lot of dimensionality happening here. Okay, so let's do another one down over here. By no means are we like saying that this is the end all be all, but this is the start of our visual design, our visual exploration. Hey, somebody really didn't like this, so let's bring it over, shall we? And while we're here, why don't we just, we'll do this one and call it log in, and we'll take the text and we'll make it blue. Let's get rid of this guy. Beautiful. Let's center everything up like that. All right. Push it over. Let's find our grid there. Somebody didn't like our center aligned thing. That's okay. That's all right. We could do something like that. Okay. A little bit more on the standard side. Now, maybe we need a little bit more spacing in between. Let's space them a little bit more. Something like 16 pixels of spacing in between. That looks a little bit better. It was really cramped before. Really cramped. Okay. And now that I'm here, I am realizing that I really think that this should be green, I think, and just kind of pop a little bit like that. Okay. I wonder, like, just some outlined black shapes might work. I'd like that. So let's do something like a rectangle, and we'll take the fill and we'll put a stroke that is that midnight shape. And I like them thin like that. Okay. So I'm just going to kind of turn it, shrink it down. Now I think there's probably a plugin that if I made a bunch of pieces, I could use the confetti plugin. I could totally do that. Let's call this a style. Can't we style that? We can. We got that. Yeah, that's ellipse. Okay, that looks good. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's do a couple of little circles. We're just doing all the little bits and bobs here. Okay, here like this. Actually, we want the stroke. Stroke like black, like that, inside. Okay, great. Just a few of these to just really, our background shape should be locked. Command Shift L to lock that. Let's pop a couple of these around, you know, bigger, smaller, maybe another one of these that's really small but really subtle, like hiding behind there. Let's bring the opacity of this one down. And I kind of feel like these are a bit bold, so all of these, the opacity of these should go down, because we don't want to be so intense about, you know, branding elements. They want to be in the design. They don't want to be the design, right? So, okay, let's do one more, like a little shape like that. Whoop. Okay, put it off to the side. Okay, so just a little collage. Is it the end all be all? Is it the best thing that ever happened in the history of things that have happened? No, by no means. But we're getting somewhere. We're doing some things, okay? So I wish I could, I don't know where I put my model, but she is locked up tight, and I'd like to maybe just increase her size a little bit, okay? Now, we also could play with some of these other models really quickly if we wanted to try. Like, let's take this gal. She's pretty cool. Got a cool style to her. And then let's pop her in place. Wow, that image is massive. Let's shrink it down. It might be nice to bring some vibrant color in here, right? Because our model is wearing some muted colors, the current model that we have. So it might be nice to bring in some of these fun, bright colors like this. I do like that the other girl is wearing or holding a laptop. I don't know. How does that look? Does that look a little bit better? That looks a little bit more enticing. It's the color, right? Like, let the subject matter kind of pop. Let's take all of these and shrink them down because they are so massive. We're just doing a little art direction stuff now. You guys still with me out there? All right, let's zoom in. Who else? Let's try this gentleman, okay? I don't like the lighting on him, but you never know. You can try. And when we're doing this stuff, we can have multiple versions of a hero, right? To show our clients, okay? Move him in. Yeah, he's kind of wearing muted colors. It's not the worst thing that ever happened, but again, he does have the laptop. I am vibing with him. That's pretty cool. Dig it. Okay, that could work. Let's do one more because we're just having fun playing now. Let's see. We used those ones. Who else? Let's try. Gosh, this person with the desk is cool. but again, I'm just worried about that vertical. Let me show you an example of the bad lighting, right? Okay, come in here. It's like this guy's lighting is not as good as the other ones, right? But you can see how this girl's lighting is even worse, I feel like. And you could probably take this into Photoshop and fix that up if you wanted to. But it just, see how like it doesn't look like it matches, right? It just doesn't look like it belongs. I'm gonna be really honest. This one's kind of winning for me right now. It's really fun. We could change her colors and stuff if they're too vibrant. But that one's fun. Let's just try this one really quickly because we're here and we're doing the thing. We're having the fun. Okay, let's pop her in. Maybe she's down here. See, she's really short and she has to take up a lot of space, okay? Oh, gosh, that's not... Her skin tone looks really, really well. It works really well with these colors, doesn't it? But she kind of like... I wish that there was more of her, like, lengthwise, and then we could get her to be a little bit taller. I wish that that was a thing. So, okay, let's... I don't love what she's doing with her hand. Right? It's real. I feel like I'm being real nitpicky now. Let's go. Let's just go with this gal because I think her colors are working really, really well. Okay, so we'll stick with her. Super fun. Okay, and we're running out of time, so let's do a few other things here. We might have time to come down here, and again, we want to continue a little bit of that branding. We don't want to overdo it, but we do like having some of those pieces. So let's just scale that thing up, and we can kind of put these off to the side and bring them way down, just really light here. You can't even see it probably at home, but I can see it on my screen. All right, so that's the start we got here. I like these kind of dots that were, or these kind of faded gradiated dots that are happening. We want to make sure we use those later in other things. Let's see, what else might we be working on here? Okay, we got a couple of questions that are coming in to the chat. We're definitely going to need some iconography. Those are going to be big time for us. But this might be the place. What do we have in our wireframe here? We had jobs for you, right? A little bit of this like card style that we're starting to create. Why don't we just really quickly, we don't have much time left here, but why don't we just stretch you out, make you big a little bit again like this, start building some cards. Again, we're going to use the grid here, aren't we? We're going to scale you down just like that, and now we should be able to start building some cards. Yeah, these are just not the right style though. I don't think they're the right style, but let's just play with them really quickly, okay? And then we got to go. I'm holding down Option, dragging another one over, Command D, doing one more. See how when we use our columns, right, we're getting just a little bit of, oh, let's drag this behind. Oh, mama. Like that. Stretch it out a little bit like that. We just get a little bit. It's too much, though. Let's bring the opacity of it down. It's like 6%. And you can just barely see it, but we get a little bit more of that, like the contrast behind our cards, right? You see the contrast there? It's light. We could bring this up even a little bit more if you at home can't see it. Something like that. Maybe now we're more like 8%. That works for me too. I did a quick replace of my, let's see, my social proof. All right, so now we're ready to get cranking. I'm gonna be really honest. I don't like these cards. I'm not a fan of how this whole thing is just coming to be. Not a fan at all. So I'm gonna delete them. Well, I might actually keep one of them. I'm not a fan of how that card's working. I'm gonna drag it off of my artboard, and I'm gonna say goodbye to my old version of my hero, right? We don't need that. Collapse my layers. Alrighty, very cool. Now, I don't think I need these anymore right now. And if I need my wireframe, I'll flip back to it. Okay, actually, no, let's keep it here because I want to be able to reference it. Okay, so very cool, very cool, very cool. Let's really quickly figure out what needed to go underneath our social proof. Jobs just for you. Now, I put this grid. I think my concern is always that we are, I'm going to answer more questions too, by the way, as they come. My concern is always that the page gets too long, right? Now, people will scroll pages, obviously. That's not a problem. I'm not concerned that people won't scroll. They will scroll. But there are some fun techniques that we can implement that will allow people to scroll less. One of those being horizontal scroll. It's a thing, right? We should use it. So let's talk about, I know somebody said that's a really short Q&A. Let's see. So that it's possible that instead of lumping these things out and being really, really long, that we could maybe do some horizontal scroll. Okay. So I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to grab this lockup that I have here because I really like it. I'm going to use it as my kind of reference. Now, I'm starting to have some shapes here. I'm going to delete a bunch of the other things that I don't need, okay, that are maybe in there. All right, okay, hero section. Let's put this background in there. That's looking good. I'm going to lock my hero section. And I'm starting to have some shapes in here. Like this is my wave shape. So I'm just going to kind of title that. I have kind of these, this style of these like real light kind of gradients, like these kind of cloud-like gradients. So I'm going to call this GRAD for gradient. I'm going to group them together and, and I'm going to call this background. My voice is being a little bit weird. I'm just going to lock those so I can work on top of things without selecting them. Okay. And now this one is called social proof. Lame your nayers. Lame your nayers. How about name your layers? What a Friday are we having right now when I say lame your nayers. All right. It's a good time. Woo! You ever just be having that day? You ever be having that day? I'm having that day. Okay. This is a card element. I'm just naming a few things so I can see things at a glance, and that's my wireframe. Okay. We're good. Let's work now. Let's start talking. So, you know, and this is the initial type of card that I had, but I don't like it. It's boring. We need to bring a little pizzazz, a little something. So I need something that's a little bit more image-based. Otherwise, it's going to start looking very sterile, very clinical, very quick. So we're kind of solving two issues. Number one, I don't want to scroll too long, so I'm going to use horizontal scroll. Number two, I don't want it to look sterile. I'm going to implement some, a little bit of design work. Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to go into my hero section. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to copy my lockup, relock my hero section. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to reuse the lockup. Okay. So I'm just going to pop right there. Let's make sure it's not inside the social proof. Hey, quick note in Figma. Let's do that again. If you select an element, you are selecting the frame. If I paste, I'm going to paste inside of the frame. Hope you know that. If you're not selecting anything, you're just on the artboard itself. Guess what? It's going to pop it onto the artboard. All right. And it's going to pop it in the similar places where you took it from. So look, there we are. Now we're working. Okay. All right, good. Oh, what happened? Come back down here. Good. All right, now we don't want this exact same lockup because this is kind of like our H1, right? And we probably don't want our little embellishment. So let's get rid of that. And this is Proxima Nova, bold 64. That's what we're using. That's our H1. We need to fix our H1 because this is about 76%. Okay, so we're going to do a little typographic work here. I'm going to come in. I'm going to hit my little gear icon here. And then I'm going to scroll down. Let's get our text nearby so we can see. And we need to up the game on this 64. It needs to be at least that, maybe a little higher. So I'm going to go up by 8. I'm going to go to 80. All right. So let's do that. Boom. We've improved or changed our actual H1 font in our typographic styles. Now I'm going to apply it. What does it look like? Boom. It looks really, really nice. Now, when I come up here, unlock my hero section, let's make sure everything is starting to use our text styles. Boom. H1. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, I love it. Okay. Why did I just do that voice? You ever have that moment where you're like, did I just do that voice on live air, on stream? Okay. That's cool. Here we go. So, and, you know, it might actually be a little bit too much line height, but similarly, let's come check the body copy. We got body copy here. What is our body copy at? What is our body copy at? It is 32 pixels line height. That's actually looking kind of nice. I like that. Okay. So let's stick with that because the other one was really, really big. The other one was more of like a sub headline, right? Wasn't it? Okay. Totally was. We're going to come in here. And we're starting to also dictate some styles here. Let's do color styles. So we had all these great styles, these colors that we set up in here. We're going to use Eclipse, which is pretty dark for our headlines. And then we're going to use, I don't know, Midnight, which is a little bit, just slightly less dark. There's going to be a little bit of contrast there, okay? And somebody's just asking that question. Kaval says, how do you choose the right color contrast or the right contrast for the typography, okay? You never want to go to, here's a few rules. How do you pick the right typography, especially if you're just, you're talking standard dark typography? Here's a few hard and fast rules, okay? I never use all the way black. I never use 000, 000. Don't use pure black, okay? Number 2, you have to have contrast between headlines and body copy. And in long form, you want to have slightly lighter, right? And even in your body copy, I like to make my body copy slightly lighter than the headlines. That way headlines pop, not only in size and weight, contrast, right? That's what we're looking for. Headline speaks, body copy follows up. Okay, that's what we're really looking for. Here's a few hard and fast rules for you. Okay, never pure black, right? Find the contrast a little bit lighter of a shade for body copy. For really, really long body copy, then maybe you can go even a little bit lighter. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna turn my grid back on, make sure I'm lining up on my grid. We're using kind of the soft grid today, not the hard grid, but the soft grid. If you don't know what that is, you can check some of my other videos where I talk about that. And still, this is still a little bit too big. We're using the H1, obviously, right? Let's go to H2. H2 is looking much better. Let's kind of shrink that in there. We're going to edit the H2's line height because it is, woo! It is real bad, okay? I like that, 48, okay? So, yeah, that's good. And then we can bring that up. Let's do this. Let's actually take both of these as our lockup, and we're just going to press Shift A, turn it into an auto layout, and then I'll rename that lockup like that. And now, if you don't know, if you're not hip to the auto layout world in Figma, all you got to do is to change the spacing. You change it in here, okay? Now it does actually play off of the kind of like boxed areas for our typography, but that's working well. Okay, so now it's the boxes are set. The boxes are actually collapsing, right? To auto height boxes. They're collapsing to the size of the text, which is great because now if we added more here, boom, boom. This is why auto layout is great, right? Auto layout, love it. You gotta love auto layout. Okay. Now, one thing we want to do is make sure that these are not fixed width, but they fill the containers. This is not fixed width, it fills the container. That way, when you spread out the container, everything will spread with it. It's beautiful because I'm going to turn on my grids and let's just lock it in just like that. Now we need one more thing here. We're going to need a button, I think. So I'm going to take this button that's in here. I'm going to rename that button. Boom, you guessed it. We'll come into my auto layout, pop a button in there. Okay. And now we need to talk about grid spacing, or not grid spacing, the spacing in between. Let's try to stick with, an 8 pixel grid if we can. So we're either at 8 or at 16. I like 16 personally. Okay. I think that's looking kind of fly. So let's come in here. I'm just going to grab my background stuff. And this wave, I think probably should get up out of the way. I don't want it interrupting my text. Okay. I'm just going to put it up something like that. Okay. There's some background elements to play with because I really want this thing to stand out. That's a nice lockup. That's looking good for me. Although this shouldn't say search, it should say find out more. Or how about find more jobs? Like that. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're going to talk about an image card, horizontal scroll, and auto layout, and kind of drop shadowy stuff. Okay. That's the next kind of step we're going to do. So again, when you're working inside of Figma, don't use rectangles when you can. Use frames as much as possible. Use frames. I'm going to hit F for frame. I'm going to draw out a card. I don't care about the size of it right now. I'm going to give it a fill just so I can see it. I'm going to put about 8 pixels of border radius on that thing. Okay. And we're going to stop right there just for a second. Then I'm going to grab some text. Okay. I'm going to come into my card here. Bink. I'm going to pop it right in there. I'm going to choose, we have white light, but we don't have pure white, which is what we're going to need. We need pure white as well. So let's come in here and just go pure. We'll call it white. Okay. We don't need to say pure. Here we go. And then graphic design. Let's start there. We'll make our text to resize auto width. Beautiful. And we'll bring it down here. We'll put it at the bottom. I'm going to make sure that this thing stays anchored. You see my little responsive resizing? I'm pinning to the bottom left. Now, as my frame stretches out, oh, it's responsive. It looks beautiful. Okay. I'm doing a little too much singing on this stream, I think, this morning. I just want to be very honest about that. I'm going to line these things up to each other in the center. And It might need to be a little less tall, or just in general, a little less tall. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. Again, lining them up like so. Beautiful. I'm going to open up my grid. Again, I'm doing that by holding or hitting Control G. I'm on a MacBook Pro right now. I think I forget the command on a PC, but it's something similar. Okay. It's like Option G or Alt G. I don't know. I forget. But now with this selected, I'm going to hit Command /. I'm going to open up the Unsplash plugin. I'm going to fill it with an image. So something like art. And let's give me an art image. Okay. Ooh, that's too artsy fartsy, I think. Ooh, that's a little spicy. The lips lock in there. Let's do that. Let's go with the oil slick thing. Okay. Hey, I just want to say thank you to T20's Grunt for that super chat. Much appreciated. You enjoy the singing, do you? Okay. All right. Maybe I'll sing a little bit more. I will sing if y'all super chat me. I tell you, if I get another person to super chat me, I will sing you another little sing song. All right. So I don't do a whole lot of the super chat stuff, but I appreciate it so much. That's great. Okay. So anyways, we got these great cards that are going on here. We need to add, here's our drop shadow time. Okay. So let's do a little lesson on drop shadows. Okay. I'm going to hit effects. And I have a drop shadow built out already. Okay. Now let's analyze this drop shadow a little bit. Shall we? We shall. Okay. Let's mess with it. It is at 0 pixels on the X radius, or axis, excuse me, 4 pixels on the Y axis. See it a little bit? It's real subtle as I push it there. Jesse's voice is experiencing a lot of changes. Yeah, it's like it's pubescent almost in nature. Okay, I have a blur of 10, X or Y axis of 4, and then I have 10%. I like to keep my blur and the percentage kind of dialed in, right, at the same number, and then you can mess with the X axis. Now, what I should do is call this drop shadow short, or actually I'm going to call it small. Okay, we're going to build a little system of drop shadows. Okay, so look, we got that. This is our on it. We got drop shadow small. Okay, and now what we can do is we could actually break it, come in and make it a little bit longer. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm gonna bump it up a little bit. 14, 14, like that. Beautiful. And then I'm gonna add this. I'm gonna call this drop shadow, and what we should do is actually go drop shadow / medium. It'll create a little section for us, right? Beautiful. Okay, and then we can rename this one small. We'll just rename it small, like that. And then when you go into your little, hard to kind of get it sometimes, isn't it? Down there, that's a little bit of a problem. We can actually go into our styles here. Look, so now we have in our effect styles. Let's just show you. We've renamed it small. I can just drag it in, call it small, medium. Now I'm creating effect styles, and I can really easily say, hey, give me not the small, give me medium. Okay. And you can play with those like that. Okay. But still, do you see how the drop shadows are really subtle? Right? They're not in your face. They're not crazy. They're giving a little bit of elevation, a little bit of dimensionality, right? Making it stand off the page a little bit of contrast, but that's it. They're not insane. Okay. Now I like what we got going on here. I think we need to maybe bump this up a little bit. So I'm going to break this from body copy, and I'm going to turn this from regular to medium, semi-bold. Always go up 2 sizes if you're going to create a system and create contrast. 2 sizes is good. I'm going to come back in and I'm going to make a new style, and we're going to call this body. You guessed it, / bold. Okay, beautiful. And now we're going to rename body copy here to standard. Why are we doing that? You guessed it, because we're going to take standard and we're going to drag it in. Now you have body copy, standard, and bold. So again, what we're building a little system here, you guys. Oh my gosh. Headline / H1. Beautiful. Okay, come in here. Let's do the same thing. Beep, beep, like that. Okay. Headline / this is the beginnings. And if you're designing and you're going to say, I'm going to use these things probably over and over, organize them, love them, utilize them. Okay. I don't know how to say your name. I think it's Gergo. Serba says, this is better than any lecture I've had at uni for graphic design. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, next thing we need to do is we have this image in here, right? Okay, let's just get our stuff over so we can see what we're doing. We have this image, okay, but we also have in Figma, it's hard to see them. They have these little drag lines here. We also have a color. I'm going to drag that thing up above. I don't know where it came from. It was our original style that we had on there. Let's change it to a linear gradient. Let's switch the sides. I'm just going to drag the transparent side to the top and the dark side to the bottom. Beautiful, like that. We'll click off of it. I like it. And I'm going to bring the opacity of it down. Okay. This ensures that no matter the style of like image that goes in there, we have a little bit of contrast. We're putting an opaque layer there that gradiates up so the whole thing's not covered. Some of it is, but we're able to read that imagery, okay? Or excuse me, that typography. If you want to take this to the next step, you could consider putting some drop shadow on it. I'm not going to do that right now. I don't think we need it, okay? So we are going to call this a job card / image, okay? Job card / image, because I'm thinking we're going to have a standard job card like the old one too, but we'll make this the image version. And then I'm going to turn it into a component. Beautiful, okay? Just like that. I'm going to drag out an instance of it. In Figma, you can tell which one's the master, which one's the instance. The master is filled 4 diamonds. The instance is empty diamond. I'm going to right click on the original and I'm going to say, I'm going to move it. How do I, where's my move to option? Move to page, library. We're going to pop it right in there. Okay, now we can mess with the instances and not with the master. Okay, I'm going to drag out another version of this. Okay, let's do, I don't know, let's stick with 16 pixels of space. And you guess it, I'm going to auto layout the 2 of them. Shift A, bink. Now they're in an auto layout. Watch this. Now all I have to do is press Command C, Command V. Boom, we're pasting them in. We're pasting them in. Horizontal scroll. They're leading off the page. Ooh, it's beautiful. Okay, love it. Okay, and then what we can do is we can grab each of these. All right, open the Unsplash plugin back up. Let's unselect the first one and let's hit art for the rest of them. Let's see what happens. Boom. Oh, is it going to do it? Yeah, it's almost there. 80%. I was going to celebrate a little bit early. Boom. It throws it back in there. Okay. Love that. Love it. Love it. Love it. Now we could do a little search for like UI design in Unsplash. Yeah, let's pop that one in there. That's a nice looking one. Let's move this whole thing over. Let's call that, we'll do, I don't know, what else could we say? UX design. Beautiful. Let's do that one. Love it. Okay, that's enough for us for now, I think, to get like kind of specific. Bring our grid back up. Bring this over. Ooh, put it right on the grid line. Oh, it's so spicy. Okay, now what's really cool is we can take these, like for instance, like this one we really like, Command left and right bracket and move them around in the auto layout. How sick is that? I know one of these was our UX design one. I really like this one. Okay, so I'm going to call this one UI design. I'm going to call this one UX design. I'm going to call that one graphic design. I'm going to call that one art. Okay, something like that. Love it. All right, beautiful. Now we have what we'll eventually, when we prototype it, we won't do it now, but now we have just like an introduction to the types of categories that might be there. And it'll be nice for the user to be able to scroll through on desktop. Also, it could be really nice on mobile. I think that this is working well. Okay, let's get down to our next section, which I think is success stories. Okay, we had kind of a layout like this. I know it's, I'm about to do something different and everyone's going to be like, did you ever follow your own advice in your wireframe? And this is going to be our success story section. Okay, and this is kind of like a pretty minimalistic website. It's pretty light, but we do need to have some alternating sections just to keep people intrigued. So I'm gonna hit F for frame. I'm gonna draw a frame out like this, okay? And I'm gonna pull a color. I have this plugin installed on my computer called Color Snapper. It allows me to just see the little color it snapped right there. It's beautiful. So I'm gonna I'm gonna use that color to just kind of fill it in. See how we're kind of, what that color really is, what it should be, is really like part of your color palette should be my primary color, and then I just hue and tint it down, up and down, to have different hues and tints. If you don't know what I'm talking about, okay, let's do a little exploration of it really quickly. I feel like this is important. I feel like everybody should know this, okay? So let's talk about this color, okay? We have, this is our primary, let's say this is our primary brand color. I'm not sure it is though, right? But let's just say it is. Here's your primary brand color, okay? From here, you can use a plugin called
I think it's called like value or like color scale or something like that. You could do that. An easier way to do that is to drag another version of this box out. Okay. Let's zoom in so you can see what we're doing, and then add a, let's do a white layer on top of it and drop it to 10%. Okay. Duplicate. Okay. Go to 20%. And if that's too little of an increase or decrease for you, you can go 20, and then maybe you want to just go up like there's 40. Let's go up some more. There's 60%. See how we're just adding, this is called a tint of our primary color. See how we're starting to drip into the good stuff here a little bit. Okay, let's bring this down. I'm just going to throw those into an auto layout really quickly. Okay, this is the start of creating a color palette, right? Okay, we're at 80. Let's start to drip it out. Let's go to 90 now. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do this one at 95. All these nice neutral colors we're exploring in here. This is color exploration, y'all. Okay, now we're at like 98%. That's we're pretty much almost fading out. But see this beautiful color scale that we now have that we can work off of? What we should really be doing is going, okay, we need to make sure it's an actual, so the color that I had was pretty close. This is the color that I popped in there, that I pulled from the gradient up above. But now I could pull this color, or maybe that color, maybe this really light color. Maybe we want to go a little darker with it, y'all. I don't know. It's nice. It's a nice practice to find your neutrals, okay? So I like that neutral. See how that works? And now the whole thing is cohesive. You're going, where'd you get this color? It came from the primary brand color because I did a color scale. You can do the same thing going the other way, right? You can, if you want to get your dark colors. Actually, let's do this. Boom. Just move this down below. Uh-oh. And put it on the other side. We don't want this to be white, though. We want it to be black. And on and on we go. You get what I'm about to do here, don't you, right? We go up to 40%. See how we're going to start getting all of our different dark tints and hues. This is your color scale. Now, this whole thing I just did, you could probably do in like 2 seconds using a plugin called Color Scale. Do I have that plugin? Let's see. Color Scale Generator. Look at that. Oh my gosh, we just did so much work. And we could have said, hey, give me 10 steps. And here is, let's grab the color. Let's see what it does. Pop that in there. Create my color scale. Look what it just made for us. Look at the thing it just did. It put it way over in left field though. Beautiful. Okay, so it just did the same thing. But I think it makes sense. I think it's a good idea to know where color scale comes from. Okay, it comes from your primary color and working off of it. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so now that we have our neutral color that we're using, we actually could in our library. Let's go back and look at it real quick. Let's look at our library. We have our card that it got jumped way over there. Let's put, right? We just had some brand colors, but what you could do is take each one of those colors that we just created and you can name those. Like this is primary, right? You could call that like 900, and you can go like, brand dark 900, 800, 700, 600. You could step your way all the way down, and then you could do it the other way. Brand dark 900, 800, 700. You could step your way all the way down, okay? So that's a method of creating your design system or your style guide. Okay, we are liking this lockup, and we're gonna reuse it to be as consistent as possible. We're gonna pop it in. The only thing we're gonna do is center this thing. We're probably gonna take away the button, and let's just grab our layout here. And we're going to use our auto layout and make sure everything's centered. And we're going to center the text. It's going to be a center line thing. We're going to put here success stories, I think was the name. That's not how you spell stories at all. That's okay. How about like over 5,000 active jobs? Well, that's pretty enticing. That's pretty good. That's, again, I spelled it stories. Oh my gosh, the spelling and grammar is atrocious. All right, cool. So that's there. I like that there's like a bunch of you in the file right now. Really cool. I've hidden all of the cursors so you guys can't distract me. That's just so you know. Okay. I'm going to take this down and make it about 8 spacing in between. Okay. In our little auto layout there. And then, oh boy, we had some of those other models and I got rid of them. So I'm going to have to go somewhere else really quickly and find some of those other models that we had. I actually have a couple in a different file that I'm going to see if I can't show you because it's a customer file, client file. Okay, I grabbed a couple of them. I'm going to put them out over here. Bink. Here's a bunch of really cool models. Okay, wonderful. I'll take her. Oh, we used her in our original, didn't we? Yeah, I just happen to have her on standby. Okay, let's bring her in. let's create a card, like a success story card. And I'm kind of ignoring the previous lockup. Like this is supposing we had video, right? So maybe we'll do that version. Maybe we'll do both versions, and then we'll probably end for today. And we'll do some portfolio reviews and answer some more questions. Also, side note, if you want to have your portfolio reviewed at the end of this stream, all you got to do is jump into the Hey Creative Discord server. It's free to join. Go to the portfolio feedback and then submit your portfolio there. Go to that channel, and then you will be able to get your portfolio reviewed, right? Here it is. Look, Hey Creative, jump in here, and all you got to do is submit your stuff inside of portfolio reviews. Join us. There's like, I think we're getting close to 1,000 members now, free members. So all you got to do is jump in and be part of a cool community. It's real rad. It's real fun. Okay, so sorry, let's jump back over to my screen. I'm gonna do the a version of a person with their review and a version of a person, no person. We'll do the video, maybe some sort of video. Okay, yeah, we'll do something like that. Okay, so again, we're gonna take our lockup and we're gonna rework the lockup most likely. So let's hide this person. Command Shift H to hide it. And let's draw a nice little card here. So again, we're gonna do a frame. Why use rectangles when you could use a frame? Because frames can do everything that shapes can. You can fill them, you can style them, you can love them, you can do all of that. Okay, so we're gonna fill it with white. Let's zoom in, just make sure we're getting on to our grids. Okay, cool. Let's round the corners. Again, we're using 8 pixel kind of like settings here. Turn the grid off, jump inside of this frame that's inside of the frame. We're gonna call it a bio card or review card, call it whatever you want. I'm gonna kind of paste this stuff in here. What is this, my headline 2? Let's go with the 3 inside of there. And we'll do, what's a name? Like Jennifer, who's in the chat right now? Who's in the chat? Renz Kermit, okay? Renz Kermit. I think it's an image of a lady though, so I'm going to change your first name, Renz, to Jennifer. Jennifer Kermit. This is what you get for being inside my streams. I'm going to take your name, I'm going to mangle it and mash it up with other names. Okay, so we're going to center this thing we're still using our auto layout. I don't think we need this, right? We don't need that. But what we might need is, I think we had some flags somewhere. Let's go to recent. Aha, I had this flags little file that I was using for something else. And I think it's a free community resource that I found in Figma. So all you got to do is like look up flags. Okay. Great Britain. Okay. Beautiful. Let's go back over. Let's paste a little flag in there. We're going to put it up like that and take the text. We're going to paste that in there. And then I'm going to Shift A. I'm going to auto layout those two things together. Before I do that though, I'm going to put like CEO and founder at, we were just talking about Dribbble. This is not actually who's the CEO and founder of Dribbble, but we just put it together. So now we have, look, we have a frame, and inside of it, we have this lockup, which is, look at that. It's an auto layout. Stick with me. Okay, I'm going to move my head out of the way. It's an auto layout, right? Good. And then what do you have inside of that auto layout called lockup? You have some text, and you have another one called bio info. Inside it has those two. But what we're going to do is we're going to make that thing layout from left to right, and we're going to center it like so. Okay. Now we're going to have this thing fill the container, and we're going to have the entire thing fill the container. Okay. All that means is as it stretches, as the master container, the parent container stretches, so will the information inside. Okay. Now this is kind of like what we would call a caption. We don't want this to be body copy. So we're actually going to break this. We're going to add a new style. This is probably going to be down at 14. And let's change the color to a little bit of a lighter color. Maybe like granite, something like that. And then let's introduce a new style. We'll call this caption, and we'll call it standard. Okay, because maybe we want to have a bold version of this as well at some point. Okay, cool. Now we're going to go back to the master lockup here, and I don't like the spacing. It was a little too much, so I'm just going to drop it down to something like 8. Now, let's do one more thing here. That would be really good for this, I think. We need some stars, right? So let's go find the shape that is the star. And did you know that there's like little custom controls for stars when you're making them? So check this out. Let's just scroll up a little bit so you can see it. You have a couple of different ones. You have ratio, you have count, so you can change the amount of sides on the star, right? And then you can change kind of the squishiness of the inside of them, but you can still change the border radius of the outsides of them. So we want it to be kind of like a chubby star. I like chubby stars. They're a little bit nicer, right? And we actually have a nice yellow color somewhere. Let's give it this gold color. Beautiful. We got our little star. Let's zoom out. Now you can see what we got going on there. You know what I'm going to do, because I'm a lover of the auto layout. I'm going to put it inside. I'm going to do copy and paste. Ooh, it's a little too chubby. Are we thinking it's a little too chubby? It's a little too chubby. Let's unchubby it a little bit. Okay, copy, paste another version of it. Just alt drag one over. Do Shift A. Now it's in an auto layout. Okay, we're going to be 5 stars here. Boom, boom, boom. Now, what's so good about this is we could still scale this whole thing down. They're a little bit big for us right now. I like the spacing of them. So let's just make sure this joins our auto layout, something like that. Beautiful. Now, if you're like, I don't like the spacing, everything is evenly spaced inside the auto layout inside of Figma. That was a lot of There's a lot of that. If you don't like that, that's okay. There's some things you can do about it, right? You could, if you wanted to, come in here and grab these two, put them in an auto layout, and remove the spacing, right? And then we can come in here and everything else is fine, right? So now we can space the rest of these out the way that we want to. And they're not all kind of like wrestling for stuff, okay? So let's do, I'll just put in some text here. Okay, so that could be the start of like a card. And you know, well, if we really wanted to, oh man, oh, why would we put it inside of a frame when auto layouts are frames themselves? Let's fill it with white, friend. And then boom, boom, 8 pixels, and then just add some padding there. Beautiful. We could spread it out. And look at how responsive this card is, right? Look at how responsive that card is. Like we want it to hug the contents, right? Beautiful. Okay, so now everything's perfect. We like that card just the way it is. Let's delete this thing. We have a little card here. And it's inside of our master frame that's called, we'll call it success, like that. And you have, ooh, why is it stars? Oh, there it is. There's our lockup. Let's call it our bio card. Love that, right? And then you have your text lockup up there. Good, wonderful. Look, now we've done it. Let's turn our grid on. We want to stick to the grid here. And if we don't like the size of this, we could always spread the card out. Again, it is responsive. And if we wanted to add a button in there, because there is a button inside of our deal. So let's just pop a button inside of there. That button is pretty big, friends. So we may like that button. We may not. We don't know. Okay. Let's shrink this card up just a little bit. And again, though, our bio card, we want everything inside to hug the contents. Beautiful. When you mess with the size of it, sometimes it'll kind of, I don't know, it'll mess with the auto layout. All you got to go back to do is go back in and reset the hug contents or fill width and do all that kind of stuff. I think I did a whole video on auto layout. If you're really confused about auto layout and everything I'm doing in here, go check that video on my channel because I go in depth about auto layout. I nerd out on the auto layout. Okay. Okay. So now what we could do is we can really just kind of control things with the padding and not with the size, which is what you should be doing, right? Okay, so let's go like 80 and then we'll work it back. We'll walk it back by quantities of 8. We're working it back. Beautiful. Everything's looking good. Okay, and now we could add some custom padding because do you see all this space here? We're going to need some extra padding on the right-hand side of the card if we want to put this video in. So we're going to come into the padding. Whoop, just like this. And we can actually do custom padding by opening that thing up. Look what we're doing. And we're just going, give me more padding on the right-hand side, and everything is responsive and beautiful and working wonderful. Okay, look, now we have all that padding on the right-hand side. That's enough for us to come in, zoom in a little bit. And it looks really weird because like the text is like matching itself. So we could put some lorem ipsum in there if we wanted to, but what we really want to do is take another frame and kind of overlap it. A little bit of that 16:9 ratio. I don't know if that's quite right. Again, we're going to fill it just so you can see it for now. Let's fill it like with a color so you can see it. 8 pixels. Look, let's use our effects. Look at the system. Medium. Oh, we're going to do the same thing on this one too. We love it. Effects. We want the medium drop shadow there. And then unsplash. Open that up. And then give me something that looks like... I was going to say video, but everything looks like a still. Doesn't it? Okay, cool. Let's do a portrait. I don't know. Let's see if that works. It could be a portrait. It could be a portrait. Oh, you know what we need? Okay, let's do a search for designer. Like somebody working at their desk. That looks like a pretty cool, intense shot. I like that. Okay. That's Jennifer Kermit. Let's do... We want this to be more like Jason. Jason Kermit, okay? Because we see our friend in there. Now let's just make sure these two things are centered. This is a fun overlay kind of layout we got going on here. We might need a little bit more here to keep that 16:9 ratio. Beautiful. And then we just need to create a little play button, don't we? So all we got to do for that is take our shape. Let's make a little polygon here. Ooh, mama. Polygon. Boom, we're going to draw a polygon. We're going to round those edges a little bit. Then we're going to make it into white. Then we're going to take our image and just put the... actually, let's have some fun with our brand color a little bit, shall we? Okay. So let's go with our lilac blue. Oh, mama. So we can't get it because that's the only thing right now that in Figma that needs a little bit of work, right? So let's put a little bit of that lilac blue on there. I like that. We have our play button. Whoop, let's just flip it and center it. Beautiful. And if it's not obvious enough that that is a video, we could also come in here and do, let's put a frame around it, shall we? A frame around it, you say? Why would you do such a thing? Because we're going to put a stroke on the frame. You could leave it as a square if you want, or you could turn it into a nice circle with a little bit of a chunkier thing right there. Good. And now our polygon can stay centered. Beautiful, beautiful. We have our play button. Using frames for all the things that we could possibly use frames for. Boom. It's right in the middle there. I like it, you know, and maybe if you're like, I don't like the blue, it's too much, that's fine. You can go maybe a little less brand if you want. Maybe we're overusing the brand there. Yeah, we got to use that like that 60-40, I forget, what was it, 40-30-20 rule or something like that. I talk about it all the time, but I can't remember the numbers. Okay, that's real, and what I'm talking about is just the way that you use color. All right, so this is actually pretty nice. It's looking really pro, and the thing that I like about this is it has this nice mixture of imagery versus like UI elements. Right now, I think what we'll do just to end the day is to do a little bit of balancing, and let's go ahead and press play on our prototype in Figma and see what it looks like. Okay, it takes a second for all of our elements to kind of pop up, but this is looking pretty nice here. I'm into it. We're designing it something that's really nice, something clean, something modern, right? I think I'd say the last thing we probably need to do is come in here and just update the text of this button that should say, watch Jason's story. Pretty smooth little interface. I still have some images here. And what I've done in the meantime is, because these are the most boring parts, is I've gone ahead and created a footer. Right? Footers are boring, but I went and created one. Maybe I should do a whole episode on footer design, because that's a thing. But for me, I'm going to be really honest. I create almost the same footer every single time. Unless the client's like, I need something totally different, or there's special needs for a footer. Footers, there's like 2 or 3 standard footers you could probably build, in my opinion. And that's just how I do it. I just build a standard footer. So I pop that in there. My standard footer is, you know, logo, columns for links, probably some sort of subscribe placeholder for like an input field for a newsletter or something. And you have the very bottom, like copyright, terms and conditions, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So I pop that in there. One thing I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to make sure that I just anchor this down to the bottom, the very bottom of my screen. And my frame here in Figma, the reason being is I want to be able to grab this, most likely, the entire frame, and be able to move this up and down. So I'm just using some responsive pinning and resizing to be able to make myself some space here. I also created this thing really quickly. Here's what I had in my wireframe, a simple way to land clients. It's just once I started digging in, I realized this is a bad pattern. I don't like this. It's not going to be able to give me enough information, in my opinion, about the types of people who might be coming to this site, right? So the idea behind this is like the process, or like who does this website like serve? It's not so much like 1, 2, 3, like find clients, get paid, blah, 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 blah. Nah, we don't want to do that. For me, I felt like it was more important to maybe create a couple of these larger sections that say something like, you know, this might serve you, that might serve you. So companies looking for freelancers, freelancers looking for companies, recruiters looking for hires, right? That's what I want to do. And this is a real simple and easy pattern that we can do here. Just headline, body copy on a couple of points here that we won't actually take the time and build the content, but you know, that's just what we're looking for. And then what I'm going to do is probably take, I'm probably going to take one of my models here and pop them in here. And I'm trying to decide whether or not I like I actually kind of like that, the model kind of popping out over, he's popping out over the element there, right? It's a little bit of dimensionality. That's kind of fun. I didn't even plan that, but that's cool. I like it. I dig it. I'm into it. Okay. So with that being said, we have one section. All you really have to do at this point is just duplicate these bad boys. And then we're going to do this massive card section. So we'll build some UI components inside of that. Okay. Alan Crow says footer design and subpages. No one ever goes over those. It's true. So maybe we'll do a separate, you know, tutorial or something on how to build those, on how to build subsections and footers. It might be valuable. I don't know. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this element and this element. And in Figma, when you grab two elements, you'll see I get my little pink dot thing there. So I'm just going to grab those. Whoop, and I'm just going to swap them because it's so easy inside of Figma. Now, I do have these colors, and I'm going to have to make some decisions here on whether or not, what are we doing with the color? We're going to keep all of these the same color, or are we going to use some of these other colors that we have, kind of like system colors, and use those as a little bit of a free-for-all? We could. Okay. All right. Maybe we will. So let's do this. Let's go here. Let's try pink there, and we'll do another one of these, and we'll just lay that one in there. So we have kind of this alternating left, right. It's not the most new or interesting or clever, but it gets the job done. Okay. Hey, make sure you are popping your questions in the chat, because from time to time we'll stop and do a little bit of Q&A section about anything you'd like to talk about, anything that your heart desires, whether that's freelancing, design, development, career, whatever. Pop it in the chat. Maybe we'll chat. Maybe we'll chat about that. Also, make sure you like, subscribe, hit the little bell notification icon so you know when videos like this go live. When I do live streams, you'll get a little email. It goes, he's going live. So do that. All right. Here we go. Back into it. Okay, let's get rid of our model in that one. So, okay, I mean, color-wise, we have options here, right? Okay, we could do alternating colors like that. Something just really bothered me. I'm going to go in here and grab the frame. It's using a fill, but it's not using the actual color that we have in our palette here. So we just want to make sure we're always using our colors from our palette, right? So we keep everything in our design system rocking. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Like it could all be different colors. It could all be, yeah, maybe we use the blue. Where's our blue at? We don't want to overuse our blue. Maybe they're all blue, right? Or maybe they're all purple. Maybe I kind of like this darker purple down here for some reason. Let's try that one, shall we? I'm going to go to this dark haze. Let's grab our frame there and go dark haze a little bit. I don't know why I'm digging that. I am kind of digging that because it's kind of an in-between of our blue and a purple. But the question when you're using color is don't overuse the color, especially if blue, like we're using it right now, is our call to action color. Ooh, maybe we want to stay away from that, right? Maybe that's a bad thing. These are design decisions you make, right? I do want to draw people's eye and attention to it, but I don't. I repeat, I don't. Here, I'm going to pull this out of here really quickly so we can keep messing with these colors without messing things up, right? So maybe I kind of want to keep them all the same color, but maybe we go dark like that and keep it. Oh, that's looking kind of spicy. Or maybe we go colorful and fun. I don't know. Like, purple is there. I kind of liked that dark midnight there. Let's talk about eclipse. My screen is actually really, really dark so that I don't get a shine on my face. So I think I'm messing up color here a little bit. Always make sure that your screen is calibrated when you are when you're designing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I will make a playlist. Somebody said, can you make a playlist of these videos? Absolutely. I'm just going to drop our green in there and see what that looks like for now. Okay. Let's bring our models back in. Boom, 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 boom. Boo. All right, cool. Let's bring this model in there as well. Ooh, okay, she's kind of hanging over the side that way. How do we feel about that? It's kind of encroaching in our text, right? I would rather err on the side of space between the text. And this is where I'm going to break the rules a little bit. A lot of people sometimes are like, ooh, but what about the grid? How do I know when to break the rules? Let me tell you, here's a good example. Okay. The majority of my design is keeping with the rules, right? See my grid. Okay. Let's just look at my grid real quick. Okay. And we're kind of like doing not the best job because really our model and that should kind of be on the outside there. And also it could span all the way in that grid. That would be a little bit nicer, wouldn't it? Okay, and then we could bring these and make these pop all the way out. Now we're honoring the grid a little bit more. Okay, so with that being said, let's redo that. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna come in here, delete this model, grab this section and this. Oh, mama. And grab the elements inside and swap them like that. Now we're a little bit more on the grid. Okay, so we're honoring the grid really, really nicely. Okay, but when do you break the grid? When do you know when to break the rules? The time to break the rules is in little areas like that. Oh no, we lost our model. We have to go all the way back. We lost the other girl model that we had here. Okay, so bring her out. Yikes, yikes. Do that again. Sorry for the repetitive nature here, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing things right and have all the stuff that I need. Grab the elements, swap them around, boom, like that. Bring our model in. Okay, again, we're right back where we were. Now this is okay. Now I don't have to actually talk too much about do I break this rule because I still have the space, right? See, this model needs to be over here on the side. I'd still like to err on this. So I'm going to hold down Shift H and just flip it around like so, right there. And then you can break it a little bit by just popping her out on the side. To me, that's visually interesting. It is breaking the grid a tad. Maybe I don't mind that. I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I want to go the other way. Because really, at the end of the day, we're not encroaching too much on the text, but we're still keeping every image has just a little bit of that dimensionality that's kind of popping. And we can kind of manage how much we are, but I don't want it to be so, so in your face. Okay. All right. So let's back out really quick. Let's grab one more. Boink, pop that model in. Love it. Okay. How is she going to break the plane? She breaks it like so. Okay, that works. Oh, but wait a minute. Her laptop's kind of cut off. She's not really breaking the plane in any sort of fun way, is she? I wish I could make her bigger. Aha, we could make her bigger and kind of cut that off like so. Let's do, here's all we have to do is go into the image and change this to crop inside of Figma. Okay, and then we can kind of move over and just cut it off at the side. Just like that. Beautiful. Okay. Shrink that down. There. Now she's kind of breaking the plane as well. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Now there's a little bit of an issue down at the bottom. We're losing some of the rounded edge that we have on our card. See how it's rounded up here, but not down here. We can fix that. We can fix that. So we can separate by clicking right here in Figma. You can add border radius, right? Corner radius to everything. Or you can break it out. This is top left, top right, bottom right. So now if we adjust that, we can manipulate this corner to match the corner. Okay, and the other one's going to be the same thing. 8, beautiful. Now you're like, why would you do something like that? Because then I can control the bottom edges of the corner, but still pop out the top, and I don't have to jam it into the frame and have it clipped, right? Oh, that's a weird thing. So this fixes it, okay? Okay, cool. Love that. Again, still not sure about, about this green. Really not sure. I'm going to grab all three of these though, and I'm going to put them into a Shift A auto layout. Okay. That way, if I ever wanted to, all I have to do is flip these around. I'm holding down Command and hitting left and right bracket, and I can move things around in my auto layout perfectly. And we grab the whole thing, and we call this, I don't know, we call this, what do we call this? What do we call this? Offers. I don't know. That's not the right thing to call that, but that's fine. Okay, offers. It's pinned to the top still, and our footer is still pinned to the bottom. We got a few more things we have to do today, but look, we can still stretch it out, and we don't mess with anything. Love it, okay? There's a section I might add in here because I want to use this model, and I want to do something kind of interesting, but I think what we need to do next is probably do this card section, okay? And then we'll come back, we'll figure out the color, I think. All right, so I'm going to grab this. I just borrowed this headline right here. And I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to do our next section. So I'm just going to paste right there. And again, we're kind of bounding back and forth between this neutral color we used. So actually what I'm going to do is take the whole success stories section, paste it here. Okay, make sure it's inside my frame and butt it up right against it. Okay, we have even spacing now because we're reusing, okay, consistent styles. To me, one of the smartest things you can do is once you create a consistent style, you just reuse that style everywhere you possibly can. Okay, cool. So we have these sections, and again, you know, we could figure out color here and maybe change these to match. Right? We could come in here and say anything that's using purple in there, make that use green. And maybe, you know, maybe let's just do this right now. I'm going to do different colors. Okay. So let's go purple there. Purple matches that one nicely. Let's go anything in here that's using purple. We want it to use red. Anything that's using that green, let's use the red radish. Boom. Now we have some fun colors. And I think we're kind of saving that color, that green. So let's just move everything to burnt gold. I love in Figma the little targeting ability, right? Selection colors. And you can hit the little target and it'll show you where those colors are being used. Love that feature in Figma. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Cool. So now we put this section down here. We're not doing another success story thing, so we're going to delete that out of there. What are we doing? We're doing a find your next project area. Find your next project. Oh, that's not how you spell project. Wow. Okay, find your next project. Over 5,000 active jobs. Love it. And now we get to design a card. I'm going to bring my grid up. I'm hitting Control G to bring my grid back up. And again, a little bit more on the grid thing is now we get to design a card that will subscribe or stay with the grid, right? Now, when we think of a 12-column grid, we just divide. How many cards do we want in a row? I like a 3-column or a 3-up layout for cards like this. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with a 3-column, kind of 3-up layout. And then you do that, answering the other question, by hitting F, I'm going to draw a frame. Frames are where it's at, folks. I'm going to draw that, and it's going to take over 4 columns in my deal there, right? I'm going to fill it with white so we can see it. And beautiful. Put it right there. Zoom in, make sure it's lining up on our grid lines and lining up beautiful on our grid lines. Love that. Looking good so far. I know you're like, it's a white box. Why is it looking good? You'll see. Okay. I'm going to round the corners. I'm just going to do 8 here in my corner radius. And then let's just give it a little bit of a natural effect, a little drop shadow. Now remember, we built some styles here. We can either use small, drop shadow small, or drop shadow large. I'm gonna go with this. That's medium. And what about large? Whoa, large is really large. So let's go. I'm gonna go back to small. Small gives me just enough of that lift. See that subtle gradient in there? Just enough lift there to make it kind of pop off the page a little teeny tiny bit. Okay, so again, we're going to try to reuse any styles that we possibly can. Loved this style. This kind of fits and works inside of a card, doesn't it? So with that being said, I'm going to grab all the elements inside of there. I'm going to scroll down here, paste them inside, and maybe that'll be the start of our card, right? Okay, so obviously we're going to have to shrink some of these in like so. It's inside of our frame. We're going to call this our job card inside of our layers panel. You can see that. I'm going to move myself over to the other side, get out of the way. I don't think we're going to need this. Ooh, maybe. I'll tell you what. Let's get this out of here for now.
we're not going to need the stars. Let's get that out of there. We will need the description, okay? And let's put something in here that makes sense. Something like product designer. There's a job available for a product designer, okay? Now, a lot of people ask this question about spacing. Okay, you've put things into a grid, okay? What do I do here, right? Like, where do I space things? Well, you could, if you wanted to, because this is a frame, you could add a layout grid inside of this thing if you wanted to. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to lazily put these in here. But you can put, anytime it's a frame, you can add a grid to the thing, which is kind of cool, okay? I'm just going to do something like 20 pixels of spacing on the left and on the top. And I'm going to maybe do like something like 30. 30 is a little bit better, I think. And boom, I'm going to put it inside of the auto layout like so. And I'm going to grab each one of my elements inside of the auto layout. And I'm going to make sure that it fills the container. That way we can just grab this parent container and shrink it up and down, right? That works good. Good. We're spacing it away there, and we don't need such a long description for a job. Beautiful. Okay, everything's kind of, our text here is kind of like spacing the way it should. We're using that standard body copy. We could have used, if we wanted to, bold, but we don't need to. We like the standard body copy. Now, we could change this a little bit and use one of our neutrals just to bring a little bit of, contrast between headline and body copy, okay? Now, the next thing that we could probably do is we could probably add, okay, so we have these things in auto layout. We need to add a new section down below. I'm going to make something that has like the logo of the company and the name of the company, and then whether that's like a remote position or in-person kind of position, okay? So to do that, I'm just going to hit, you guessed it, F as a frame. I'm going to draw a little frame out here. Again, see, it's like frames inside of frames inside of frames. That's okay. I'm going to fill it. I'm going to use one of my colors, like a really light neutral color like this, and I'm going to 8 pixels of padding there. Lining things up on the edge, right? Still keeping that 30 pixels from the edge there. Okay, so that's working good. Let's kind of zoom in a little bit more as we play. And then inside of there, I'm going to need a logo. Okay, so I'm just going to put R for a rack. Oh, maybe look at this. Look at this. Watch. We'll do another frame inside. Okay. And we'll just make sure that, our frame inside of our frame, so many frames, is just centered. And just so you can see it, we'll fill it with a color right now because you probably can't see it, okay? There it is. I'm going to go out really quickly and just look for some, like, GoPro logo. Let's do GoPro. Maybe GoPro's hiring, okay? That's what we want to know. Is GoPro hiring? Do a little Google search real quick. Beautiful find. Here we go. GoPro. I'm looking for a nice simple logo. Whatever. We'll just take this one. This one works. Okay. Drag that out. Put it on my desktop. There it is. Okay. I'm going to shrink it down and I'm going to drag it in and fill it. Oh my goodness. I didn't have the right frame filled. Here we go. Just drag it in and there it is. Okay. So let's go back over. And what are we going to do? Fill, fit. We need to fit that one, okay? We need to put another background in it, though, so that GoPro kind of it's filled in there. And I'm just going to drag that background like that. Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that works. And then that's the logo. That's fine. Okay. So anytime we have, hopefully the other images will kind of feel nicer. Like, I don't know, let's do another one. Like, who else is hiring? Maybe like NASA. NASA is hiring a designer, okay? We could take like the NASA logo and drag it onto our desktop. Cool. And that way, later on, if you had like another card over here, all you have to do is go into, get rid of that background there, go into the thing, grab the NASA logo, drag it in, pink, and now NASA is hiring. See that? Okay. So that's kind of the idea there. We'll get rid of this first one. I'm just going to work with this second one. And we can customize them if we need to, okay? And we're going to be turning these cards into components. We're going to turn these cards into components for sure. Okay, so this is where I'm going to, what is this? This is using our caption
text, and this is using a headline H3. We don't have an H4, but we might create one right now. So I'm going to grab that, get out of this grid, come in, and bingo, I'm going to pop it in, and I'm going to break this. What are we were at 26. Let's drop it down a little bit more. 16, 14. Let's do that. Let's call this new headline style. So we'll go headline / H4, bink. And guess what? It popped it right into our styles that we're creating. 14, 26, 40, 64. That works. We're breaking the common style that we have, but that's okay. That's okay. We could do that. I don't mind it at all. Okay. So GoPro is hiring. Let's just bring this in here. Cool. A lot of people ask, like, can you change the style of text, like fit text or auto height? You can do that once you have it in a style. You just got to come over to the little like text options there in Figma, and then you can kind of change those up. Okay, so we're looking for a product designer, and let's do something down below, and let's use our caption style, our standard caption style, and let's make it neutral again, because we're trying to create contrast between related text, right? This is a remote position. Beautiful. Just bring that up like so. I'm going to hit Shift A and put these in an auto layout. Okay. Now, here's the problem that we're having with this guy is that the line height is super duper insane. So, and that's keeping our text pretty like far away from itself, which we don't want. Okay. So with that, we might have to come in and mess with that. But what we could do from here is we could put these into an auto layout, make sure things are centered. And let's see, can we make this? Yep. What we'll do is we'll break this. We just want things in the middle in each of these. Let's just break this, put these in the middle. It's all right. So they match our style kind of, right? But not fully. And that's okay. That's all right. Okay, boom. Now let's just squeeze these in a little bit more. I'm customizing right now like to the max, and that's okay. That's just what I'm gonna do. Okay, but now it's centered with our logo, which is great. Love that. And now we can grab that, make sure it's lined up. And why don't we just drag this inside of the auto layout there? Can do that, and just give this a little bit of extra padding, like so. Okay. Now, what's really interesting is we created this auto layout, right? This frame is an auto layout, but it's inside of a frame called a card, but we don't need it to be, right? So what we could do is just drag this thing here, because you can style any auto layout. You can style it because it's a frame. So we're going to style it like so, right? We're going to give it some padding, drag that up like so. Beautiful. And then what are we going to do next? What are we going to do next? Well, we're going to make sure everything's top left, but there's even padding around it right now, 32. We can also do it in intervals of 8. So we could have gone 8 times 3. That's 24, right? And we know that we get perfect spacing out of it. Now we can, let's put a little bit of corner radius there and bring our effect back. What do we want? We want that small thing that's happening there. Okay, great. Let's bring our grid back in, and let's see if we can't get this thing to be a little bit more. Ooh, okay, the padding is there. We just need to lead this out like so. Beautiful. And we need a little bit more padding. So now we're defining the width of this card. And when we manipulate padding, it's going to manipulate it to keep the width, right? So it's going to say, hey, the width is a must-have. We've defined the width. Just make the padding and everything shrink, so it's going to raise the size of the card, which is nice. Okay, now we have an auto layout card that we can reuse. If you don't like it, a little bit more space, that's okay. We can bump it up to 40. It fits on the grid. It's auto height expanding. Love it. What are we going to do next? You guessed it. We're going to turn it into a component. Let's go bink. Turn it into a component. And we're going to rename this component job card. Let's drag out an instance of this and then right click and move this to our library page. Jump over to library. It threw it somewhere way out in the boonies, but we'll throw it onto our UI components page. Okay. So from here, you can create variants if you want to, but we don't need to because we are rocking. We're doing our thing. Okay. And look, now I'm going to pop this in here. I'm going to do another one right there. You guessed it, Shift A, auto layout. Now I can go copy, woo, watch out, copy and paste. There's another one. Oh my gosh, it's working. It's everything we want it to be. Okay, now look, we can drag these down here. What's the space from one card to another? 20. Let's match that. Okay, so 20 pixels there. We're gonna grab these and these, shift, auto layout. Oh my gosh, we are in auto layout heaven right now. Okay, so I'm gonna drag this down because look, now we can grab a row and just copy paste. Beautiful. Okay, and now what we could do is, you know, we can go through and add the logos for each one of these. And I'm sure there's an easy way to do that. We could probably use like content reel or something. I'm going to leave them for now. Those are all of our job cards. They're looking pretty slick. Okay, and that's our section. The last section we're going to do, and then we are done for the day, is probably some sort of, I don't know, like a highlight section. You always need some sort of highlighted section, like signing up for pro or like newsletter sign up. So let's just do something really quick and get out of here and be done. I'm just going to stretch this out, give it a little bit more space. I'm going to hit F for frame, Control G to bring my grid back up, or my column layout. Okay, I'm going to stretch one out to match here. I'm going to fill this with a really, like, we really want people to engage with this card. So, okay, we're just going to round it by 8. You guessed it, effect. Yeah, we're going to give it a little bit of that. Let's go large drop shadow on this one. Turn that off. Ooh, large is, I don't know what we're using large for. It's very large, so we probably don't need to do that. Okay, this is gonna be really easy. Let's make a, like, some sort of marketing section. I'm gonna bring my final model in. I'm gonna grab some of this text that we did in our hero. I'll reuse that down here. Let's shrink this down. And boom, we'll kind of bump our model up. We don't want it inside the frame. We want it to have a little bit of that dimensionality. We creating a consistent style, right? There he is, working on his laptop. All right, we're gonna answer some questions after this because we are almost done. Inside of this, we'll pop that text, super easy. We're gonna grab anything that is dark and we are gonna make it turn to that white color, okay? Ooh, dark smoke, no, we don't need that. Everything should be white. Everything is looking good. Okay, now if this is like, you're like, that's too big, that's okay. We could fix it if you wanted to. You could just bring this guy over, right? Move this to crop and crop him back just a little bit. We have a little bit more space, and maybe this needs to be a little bit taller. This frame needs to be a little bit taller, and we need everything to stay anchored top left. Do we see that? Top left anchor for our text. Now we're able to move our thing down without getting like automatic resizing is what I was trying to say there. Ooh, that's stretching it out. Don't want that. So let's do it like that. Beautiful. Again, we're going to crop him in, make him fit. Love it. And now, I don't know, maybe we needed like a button. Do we have a button? We had a button. Yeah, library, UI components, button, drag that in there. It's a blue button. That's okay. Why don't we fill it and make it a white button? And then selection colors. Ooh, what is white light? That's the text. Let's make it blue text, like so. Beautiful. Okay. Easiest section ever in the world. Okay, just make sure you, this is where I might actually group them together. I used a group because I had a frame with all the stuff inside and this guy's sitting on top. Wonderful. I'm just going to give him a little bit of space, anchor him to the top, and now I'm going to go back and grab the entire thing and move it up like so. Okay, a little bit of space there for my footer. Zoom in, and you're pretty much done. Now, if you wanted to, you could make the background of your footer like a different color, like maybe a little bit of a white light. There we go. So now we're bounding. You could do that if you want, but that is pretty much it. Now, if you wanted to get crazy and offer different variations of this, we have, what do we have? A footer, that section, that each of these are big sections. We can just make sure we kind of group things together. Boom, like so. I'm grouping that together. You have your social proof. Okay, so with all these things selected, if you wanted to, you could grab everything that's inside and hit Shift A, boom, and turn it into an auto layout. And you know, it would take a little bit of work to kind of just make sure everything's lined up correctly. But once you do that, you could come into the sections and say like, oh, maybe we want this section to be below the cards. Boom, I just switch it like that. So that's a little trick you could do if you want to offer different layout variations. I'm not going to do that. I like our variation. It looks very similar to our wireframe. And it has a couple additions, a couple of improvements, I think. But for the most part, why don't we just... I'm going to press play here. We'll view it in prototype mode so we can see a little bit more of a full screen of this bad boy. And then we'll be out for the day. We'll review some work. All right. Nice header, logo, hero section, consistency in buttons, social proof there. We'd add some horizontal scroll to that. We're not going to prototype it today. Video player there. Cool, fun, colorful sections with kind of like alternating sides and colors. Cool cards that are used as that are components. We can reuse them over and over, all the way down to our like kind of call out section, marketing section, and into our bottom footer. All right. Well, that's it. That's the entire course. That is designing website from start to finish. I hope you enjoyed this free course. If you did, make sure you leave a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, hit the little bell notification icon so you know when more content and live streams happen. Also, sign up for my newsletter. You can find the link down in the description where you might find information about more premium courses and opportunities to learn directly from me in large project-based format like this one. If you have any questions, leave those down in the comments. And again, check the description for some helpful links. I hope you're having an amazing week. Hope you're designing amazing things, making amazing things, and staying with the process. See you in the next one.